Welcome. It is Tuesday, October 8th. This is the County Commissioners' work session for Pitkin County. And let's see, we had an executive session this morning, but now we're into staff and community presentations. And today is the day we've all been waiting for. It's the presentation of the proposed 2025 budget. And Connie is here, and we have thick stacks of budget to go through, starting now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Connie Baker, Pitkin County Budget Director, and happy to be here with you today to kick off the 2025 budget process. By state statute, we're required to present a budget to you, a proposed budget, by October 15th, so we're doing that within the deadline. And then you are required to approve that a budget before December 15th. So within these next 2 months, we'll be diving into the budget. Today is a broad overview of the themes of the budget, and then in the coming weeks, we'll go into more detail. In your packet materials, you have budget binders or else online. There are a number of different backup materials for today's meeting. And there's more for this meeting than some of the others, and that's because it serves as the basis for the upcoming meetings with the new position requests for all the different departments, capital requests, replacement schedules. There's a good revenue summary that goes into all of the main revenue streams of the county, so a lot of good information in there. Of course, there's John's budget message, which is a great summary of the overall budget proposal. And I took the liberty of adding a couple charts at the end of the budget message. You'll find that in that section of your budget binder. And
I thought you were going to say that you took the liberty of adding chocolates.
Chocolates also. Let me share my screen. These are not directly related to the budget message, but I thought they would be some good background information in just understanding the structure of how we put together the budget. The first chart is one that you may have seen before, and it shows the organizational structure of Pitkin County. And this is how operationally the county works, with the commissioners and elected officials, John Peacock and his different reports. So this is organizationally. However, when we present the budget, it doesn't always sync up with this organizational structure. For example, on the org structure, you will find the telecommunications director, Jeff Kruger, and the telecommunications department, but he actually oversees two totally separate funds, an enterprise fund and a special revenue fund, which are presented differently within the budget. So the chart following, if I can make this bigger for you.
Fund structure.
This shows how we view the funds more from a financial point of view, and the budget will follow this a little more closely. We have our major and non-major governmental funds. Under major funds, we have a general fund and capital fund, and then some of the larger special revenue funds. Non-major governmental funds, those are the special revenue funds that are a little bit smaller. And this list goes down a ways. We have quite a number of funds. We've got our enterprise funds, which are the Airport Public Safety Radio Fund and the Solid Waste Center. The internal service funds which serve the county departments, risk, health insurance, and fleet. And then we have the library, which we'll often refer to as a special revenue fund, but technically it's a component unit. So just thought I'd give you a little snapshot of this, which might help as a framework for viewing budget documents as we go into the different meetings.
Yeah, that's great.
The pages following will also show you which departments are in the general fund. Sometimes that can get a little confusing when you're not dealing with things from the financial point of view, this is a little hard to read, but you can refer to it in your budget binders. Oops. Get back to sharing and pull up the presentation.
I like those charts. Thank you for that. Always helpful. I did want to ask about the debt service fund at the very bottom.
Yeah, we pay all of the county's debt out of one fund. So open space, which has some debt, will transfer their payments into the debt service fund, and then it's paid out of the debt service fund. Likewise, the capital fund for the debt service on this building will do a transfer into the debt service fund.
Okay.
We pay out of the debt service fund.
So,
Changed that just a couple years ago, didn't you?
A few years ago, when we moved to Munis and set up a new chart of accounts.
but the enterprise funds stay separate, correct?
That's right.
Okay. It's starting to make sense. 8 years in.
We'll change it.
It'll change.
Okay, a little bit
Now
of
we're going to where I was.
little bit of delay, but I just thought I'd give a little overview of what's in the budget.
Great, thank you.
So I will kick it off to John Peacock at this point.
Gosh, we're already here. Okay. Well, as always, we're excited to be in front of you. I know this is a lot of time that you invest in reviewing the budget that staff puts together and proposes to you each year. It is probably the largest policy decision that you all make on an annual basis, and really allocates public resources to infrastructure and services. In developing the proposed budget this year, we really emphasized a few things, or tried to prioritize a few things as we had to make difficult choices, particularly in the general fund. First, and this has been a consistent over the past many years, and it still is a challenge for us to address in each budget, is retention and recruitment of staff. And so this includes our investments in our pay plan, our investments in our benefits plans, our investments in employee training, our investments in county culture, all the things that go into making this a great place to work. So over the course of the next several months, you're going to be hearing about how we structured the budget to be sure that we're still making an adequate investment, or what we believe is an adequate investment, to continue good recruitment and retention policies and investments for the county. We'll be able to present some information too around turnover and such that I think is really favorable, that what we've been doing is working. We really have turned a corner there. The other thing that we've tried to pay a lot of attention to is inflation. Of course, nationally, we've seen positive trends in inflation and its impacts on cost of living and goods. However, we are quite aware that localized inflation is still very, very high. And so that affects our capital investments and our capital projects significantly. We've tried to plan for that, not only in this year, but over the 5-year plan. But it also, again, relates to that first bullet point. What is the cost to our employees to be here, and how do we ensure that we're doing the best we can to make this a livable situation for them. You will see that we have significant one-time expenditures and use of fund balance, particularly related to board-directed infrastructure. Electrification is a great example of that, and a lot of our environmental initiatives. We've really focused on investing in those things, and you'll see that we do have use of fund balance, particularly in the general fund, to fund those capital improvements, whether it be electrification, charging infrastructure, solar panels, those sorts of things. But we also have to fund our other capital infrastructure, whether it's maintenance of our facilities, but even more so maintenance of our roads and bridges and other physical assets in the county. We continue to invest in maintenance, but it's really the basic maintenance. We have limited funding available for significant capital improvements. And so that would include capital improvements to our road and transportation infrastructure, or any future facilities. That will be a conversation. You won't, for example, see a public safety facility, which we are still in conversations about, included in this budget. We have tried to invest more, shifting some of our sales tax dollars so that we can accelerate bridge replacements that had been previously delayed. So I don't know exactly how to word that, but that we have some bridge replacements. You're going to see that we are making investments in to make sure we can do those in a timely fashion, but we still don't really have those revenue sources for capital improvements, either on facilities or roads and bridges, and that will continue to be an issue for us, but we are trying to keep up with maintenance of those assets. And so we've really focused on those four areas in creating and prioritizing investments for this proposed budget. Obviously, if the board has any different priorities and such, these are the conversations where we need to understand that and where we need to make any amendments to this proposed budget so it reflects this board's priorities. This is staff's recommendation at this point. We hope that we've done the work so that you don't have to make too many amendments, but if you do, this is your document at the end of the day in your budget.
Hey, John, just wanted to clarify, when we're talking about our infrastructure, our roads and bridges, and even facilities, that doesn't include any of the state highway bridges, the Castle Creek Bridge and the Maroon Creek Bridge aren't on this. That's not our purview.
That's correct.
And I just wanted to clarify that for anybody who might be confused, because there's a lot of conversation about bridges lately.
Yeah.
So when we're talking bridges that have been delayed or postponed, we're talking smaller county road bridges.
Yeah, so you'll see a bridge replacement, the Redstone Bridge.
Right.
And
We have the Redstone Bridge coming up in 2026. They're already doing the planning and engineering for that. And then there are two 1955 timber bridges, which they would like to replace in 2028. It might be a little bit of a stretch. We're hoping to do it in 28, if not 2029. And
Did you say 1925?
they were 1955.
1955, okay.
Bridges,
Well,
yes.
that's a big difference.
So our county engineer is lined up.
Run over for 30 years, it is bigger.
Our county engineer has lined up a number of different bridge replacements in
Right.
the order he thinks they should go in, and we're just trying to fit them in as possible.
Got it.
Yeah.
Great.
So thank you for that.
Good
She
question on
wants
that.
to tag on.
When is a good time, I just want to ask some questions about the Redstone Bridge. When would be a good time for me to do that? When should I forward that?
Let's see, the date would be October 22nd. That's when we will have Public Works and Road and Bridge here to present their budget.
Okay, I'll put a note, thank you.
Yeah. Of course, all of these priorities are always under the umbrella of us continuing to provide a high level of service to our community, maintaining our ability to do that. What is not necessarily anticipated are some of the ballot questions. So you'll see in the proposed budget that we did anticipate the debt issuance for the landfill. That's a capital investment that can be started or stopped as funding is available. We did assume that we'd be able to issue that debt against current revenues. There's no tax increase with that. It's all based on existing fees that are collected at the landfill. We did not anticipate significant fiscal impacts from other ballot questions. For example, the county has a housing ballot question on, so in this proposed budget, you will not see those revenues anticipated or appropriated. However, should that ballot question change, for example, we'll bring amendments to this budget for that purpose. We'll be prepared to do that.
I just want to clarify, when you say you didn't anticipate it, that doesn't seem accurate to me, because you've anticipated, but you're not including it in the budget.
It was not
has
an
been
accurate choice of words. I agree with
It's
you.
like, oh, we didn't anticipate this. I don't want to give
So,
anybody the wrong
no,
idea.
I guess we have not necessarily anticipated the passage of the questions in the budget, but we have planned for it as staff, should those pass, to bring amendments forward to you before adoption in December.
And,
Don't count your chickens.
and the same if they fail.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatched, right?
And the anticipation of if they fail, what the consequences might be.
Yeah.
Steve?
So on the landfill, the airport, and the housing question, any one of those, depending on which way the vote went, that could affect the budget. After the election day, the numbers could be adjusted
That's correct.
up or down.
Yeah.
All three of those.
Hopefully not the airport.
And I just we wanted to flag that for you because depending on how all those turn out, the final budget numbers, bottom line numbers may look pretty different.
Right.
Also on the FBO lease, would that, if that were finalized before the budget is finished, would that then also be reflected in the changes in the budget?
Yeah, we've anticipated the FBO lease revenues within this budget just because we've executed at least a lease extension that fairly represents where we think we're going to end up in those negotiations and final lease adoption. So that is projected in this budget. Of course, if that were to change, we'd have to change those numbers too.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the airport has put the full amount of what it could be. I will have to
Okay.
double check with Dan and Liz on that.
That would be, worthwhile digging into at the appropriate time.
We do have a lease extension through the end of November. It is our hope that the board will have, that we will be able to bring a lease forward that the board is able to adopt, and we can make sure that the budget matches those numbers upon final. You will see as Connie goes through the numbers, though, regardless of what happens with the vote on the airport, we do anticipate some sales tax impacts and such, either because of reduced traffic and or because we are shutting down the airport for projects for a period of time. So we'll talk about that when we get to revenue estimates.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll turn it back to Connie to walk us through the numbers.
Yeah, so for all county funds, we are proposing a 15.5% increase in expenditures and a 15.6% increase in revenues compared to the original 2024 budget. A large part of that increase is due to the fact that we included debt proceeds for the landfill and the beginning phases of their expansion project. Without those landfill numbers included, we'd be in a range of 6 to 8% instead of 15%. But pretty balanced between the expenditure and revenue increases there. Fund balance for all county funds is projected to be 79% of operational expenditures at the end of 2025 with the proposed budget. For the general fund, we are proposing a budget with a 4.1% increase in expenditures and 2.3% increase in revenues compared to 2024. That would leave the general fund balance at 31% of operational expenditures at the end of 2025. And just as a reference point, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends a fund balance of at least 2 months' worth of operational expenditures or operational revenues. We choose expenditures because that tends to be more stable. And so that's 16.7%. That's just a reference point. There are times where a fund might be quite healthy going below that. There are times when a fund doesn't feel healthy at that level and feels like it needs to be much higher than that. So we'll talk through some of those numbers as we're going through, but it's just a reference.
Connie, Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, so are we over saving with an almost 80% fund balance?
In many cases, we're building up fund balance for future projects. For example, in the Road and Bridge Fund, we've been shoring up fund balance, saving for a number of years to then do the Redstone Bridge replacement, which is a large expenditure, and the fund balance will drop. The same happens in the Open Space and Trails Fund, where they're trying to build up fund balance for some acquisitions that I think they have their eyes on. So there are a number of areas where that's the case. Also in the Housing Impact Fee Fund with the Phillips project.
Great,
Building that
that's
balance.
helpful. Thank
And
you.
I just want to say historically, I think every year of the last 8 that you've given these presentations to us, the recommended has always been around 16%, and we've always been, I think, close to double, right? Pretty much consistently. Is that sound
Yeah,
right?
and there are some reasons for that. So this is the GFOA metric, which we give you as a measure of health. We also remain very conscious that we are in a tourist-based economy, which can have a more elastic set of swings, and more of our revenues are in what we would call more elastic revenue sources. So sales tax, for example, that tend to follow those economic cycles. And so because of that, in our general fund, we tend to want to keep additional fund balance in there so that if we do go through a correction period or one of those swings, that we don't have to make precipitous decisions. I know, Pay, that's always on top of your mind, right? Because you've been in that situation before. And so one of the reasons we do this is that should something unexpected happen, it gives us some time to float. That's why during COVID we were able to pivot and provide programs pretty quickly because we dipped into general fund budget and surpluses and such. So, Greg, we tend to like to exceed and almost keep somewhere just under or around double that GFOA in the general fund. Okay. In your funds that have high capital projects, because we generally have a pay-as-you-go versus debt financing philosophy. We do debt financing on the really big ones, but we're low leveraged, so we tend to save up. And so oftentimes you'll see those fund balances float really high in those capital-intensive funds, but others that may be more operating and based on stable revenues will say we can float down even below that 16.7%. So in each of those cases, we'll try and explain, but that's why you see the fund balances doing what they're doing.
I was just thinking as you were talking about that, about how we're lucky that it seems that our diversity of revenue sources in Pitkin County has grown over my lifetime here. And it makes a huge difference. If we were in a county that depended entirely on oil revenue, for instance, they're having huge swings. That's still boom and bust, and we're not boom and bust any longer, and that actually makes people feel better. Okay, keep going. Sorry to.
Only when there's a pandemic, but even then, they're not quite a bust.
Yeah,
No, please do stop and ask questions along the way.
Okay, thank you.
For the general fund, we're proposing a $2 million operating deficit. Now, that may not sound very good. However, the 2025 proposed budget includes $2.3 million worth of one-time projects. So if you took out the one-time spend, we would actually have a little bit of a surplus in the proposed budget.
Why is that reassuring?
If we didn't
We-
spend it, we'd have more money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What-
we're maintaining very healthy fund balances, but we are taking some of the savings that we have from prior years in the general fund and using it for some one-time priority projects. The biggest of those is in community development with their growth management project, the Vision 2050. And that makes up the bulk of that one time. That's a $1.7 million ask for 2025.
And that's for the outside contracted work?
That includes contracted work, yes.
So the one of the things we pay a lot of attention to is not putting the county in the position of having a structural deficit issue where you have ongoing operating obligations that exceed your annual revenues. If we've saved the money up and can spend it on one-time projects that can be start, stop, anytime you want, that's different. But when you have ongoing, and this is back to a point, Patty, you always like to make, right, is we don't want to be in a structural issue where we may have to reduce those ongoing, which are mostly people, right? And so that's why having the $300,000 surplus on the operating side says you've got some room on those ongoing. We don't have a structural deficit issue. We have a strategic deficit issue for one-time investments.
Okay.
Good policy for any household.
Yes.
I have a strategic deficit at home.
Yeah, I was thinking about, our story.
Got a collegiate.
I've got a collegiate deficit.
Very well planned.
We'll dive into these numbers a little more when we look at the general fund 5-year plan. But the average annual operating surplus of the general fund over the course of the 5-year plan is $61,000.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but.
No, it's not a lot. But when you look at
Reassuring me of that?
but when we look at it and you see the surpluses in the out years of the plan, I think you will be reassured.
I did notice a change though in the bottom number. My book says 1.5.
Yep.
That was 1.1.
Yep.
I mean 4.5.
Yes. So out of the surplus of funds in the general fund, out of savings, we're proposing about $9.1 million in transfers for capital projects. $3 million to the capital fund, that's mainly for the Health and Human Services building electrification. $1.4 million to the library fund for the balance of their electrification project that the DOLA grant is not covering. $200,000 to translator fund for capital, and then this number has changed. I think it was $4.5 million in your packet material. Just this last week, the board committed $450,000 for a Habitat for Humanity project. And so that's coming out of the original $5 million that the board earmarked for housing projects. We've spent some of it through an APCHA capital grant program, through a contribution to West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition Good Deeds program, and now for the Habitat for Humanity. So from the time that the packet material was put together for you and this meeting today, there was already a change.
So that housing fund money is the money that we'd already allocated. We're just rolling it into next year.
That's correct. The next 3 pages in your packet show the fund balance summary. I've broken it up into 3 charts so it will be a little more readable on the screen. And I like this chart because it tells the story of the whole budget for the whole county in one chart. It's a lot of numbers, but it really gives you the main information of the budget. It starts with the projected beginning fund balance. This would be at the beginning of 2025. Then it shows the budgeted revenues, operational expenditures and capital expenditures, and then the total expenditures. Transfers in and out or transfers between county funds, and then the net change in fund balance. And then that produces the ending fund balance, and then what percentage that is of total operating expenditures. So on this first page, you see the general fund, and we've broken it up into a few different chunks of fund balance. The first is the unassigned fund balance, which starts out quite high at $19.7 million. As we mentioned on the previous slide, we're intentionally using $2 million of that for operating one-time projects, plus another $9.1 million for capital projects, as we mentioned, and that would bring the unassigned fund balance to $8.5 million. The two lines that are marked with green colors, the Tabor Reserve and Operational Reserve and Contingency, between the two of those, that equals 16.7% of operational expenditures. Or it did, at least for 2024. It will be adjusted again at the end of 2025. As our budget grows, we will take more out of the unassigned balance and move it into that contingency, so we keep that contingency at that 16.7% mark. That's a way that the board can easily distinguish between what is the reserve that's really a rainy day extreme emergency reserve and what part of the budget the board really has discretion over how we spend. We also have a few restricted fund balances within the general fund. Those are listed at the bottom, and they include Tipsy Taxi, 2 clerks' revenue streams, a $10 motor vehicle fee, and a recording surcharge. There's the animal shelter, and non-spendable is deposits and prepaid amounts.
What does that mean?
Just for accounting purposes, these are items that we have to show in a separate fund balance. We can't show it as available for you to spend because we're holding on to some of these funds as either deposits or things that have been paid in advance.
What if push comes to shove? Then can you spend it?
No.
It's not necessarily our money.
All right then. I don't quite understand that, but that's all right. I accept it.
So for example, rent fees, when we collect, is rent
But that would be
fees-
in a different fund.
That's a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, could you
So-
come up with an example?
Oh, well, just these ones here. So the clerk collects these 2 different fees within their department, and we cannot use them for other purposes other than specifically the purposes that are set aside for the use of those fees.
Okay.
This page also shows the capital projects fund, starting with a balance of almost $5 million. Here again, we're spending this down for some capital projects, ending with about a 1.5 million fund balance. The next page shows all of the different special revenue funds. We will be going into more detail on just about all of these as we go through our budget presentations in the coming weeks. And as you mentioned, the different amounts and percentages of fund balance, you see the Road and Bridge Fund on the top there with a percentage of 101%, which seems very high. Again, that's because they're saving up for the bridge replacement.
I did have a question about that column. So that means, could you actually, without my asking a question, explain what that means, that percent number?
Yeah, so for the Road and Bridge Fund, with the proposed budget, we're estimating that they would have a fund balance at the end of 2025 that's $5,450,000. If we take that and as a percentage of the operating expenditures, which are $5.4 million, so it's almost the same amount of fund balance as operational expenditures. So we have our fund balance as 100% of operational expenditures.
Fund balance when you started or at the end?
At the end of the year. At the end of the year. So the fund balance is not what we're budgeting. The fund balance is what we have set aside in our bank account, basically. You can think of it as your own savings account, and that's what's set aside.
Okay.
The budget is what you're using, what's coming in and what you're using. The fund balance is what's left over.
Yes, okay, I get that, but I don't understand really purpose of that so much, but it's okay. I mean, it just seems like a column that, what's the ideal?
Well, it depends on the fund. That 16.7% would be kind of a minimum
Yeah.
for most funds, and is just a benchmark to give you an idea of where these funds are at.
Okay,
And so when you see larger percentages, like the housing fund or open space and trails, you may think, oh, there's a lot. Why do we have a lot of fund balance in those funds? In these cases, it's because we're working towards future projects.
okay, thank you, that was perfect. Thank you so much.
If a percentage is low, you may want to ask the question, well, why is that getting so low? Is that okay? Or is there a deficit? Is there a problem in that fund?
Yeah, okay, great, thanks a lot, Connie.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
How come the Conservation Trust Fund and Park Dedication Fund don't have a percentage?
They don't have any
small.
operational expenditures, so we can't divide by 0.
Second question, I'm gonna ask John, why do we still have a park dedication fee? Because we don't have parks.
We don't, and so we have looked at as, for example, open space and trails as they have projects and such. I think in the past we've dedicated some in Redstone.
We used it at Habitat above Basalt.
And we used it at the park for habitat. And so we've been trying to limit it to those. Now, as we get into affordable housing, maybe those are amenities that we can use this for as a fee we no longer collect. So it's a fund balance that we're carrying. And as we see appropriate projects, we look at offsetting sometimes open space and trails or, projects like we did with Habitat. But it's been there for a while.
But if we're not collecting it anymore,
We're not
how do we have a
collecting
$22,080 budgeted revenue?
Interest.
Is that interest?
That's
Interest.
interest.
Okay, so could we use, just real quick, it's food for thought for future maybe, could we use some of that money for, say, a permanent toilet structure at Molly Gibson Park that right now has a porta potty? That park's highly used, and I'm not sure if that park is managed by the city or the county, actually. Just a thought for discussion.
I guess the basics of that type of expenditure, yes. Whether it would work, that particular project would work there,
I'm just,
I don't know. Yeah.
for example,
Or creation of a historic park in Redstone.
we already used the money there. Oh, a historic park,
If you're gonna build
like
out
a house that you could play on the porch. Or you could play on the porch or in the backyard.
Go ahead,
Could
Steve.
that go towards helping purchase the museum, the house for the museum in Redstone? And calling it a park?
Well, the lawn is quite
That's a
large.
good
I would want to take that away as a question and look at how the fee study was done and what expenses were anticipated in the fee study, so we're not running afoul of that. So I don't know the answer to that question. That's probably more in the gray area than the first question.
In my porta
Yeah.
potty, my permanent potty.
You'd have to put naming right on
I
the
mean,
porta
are we
potty.
talking
Yours
just
is in the
about
gray
the
water area. mine's in the
interest, or
gray
are we talking
area.
about the balance
The
as
whole
well?
amount, the whole amount. And the interest is derived from the fee and would operate under the same restrictions. And I just want to be sure that we were honoring the intent of the impact fee. And I'd have to look at that. The house, maybe, but it's probably a little bit more in the gray area right now.
Well, maybe we could buy the yard, pay for the yard, and that would lower the cost for the other fundraising efforts to buy the house. And the yard then could be a park.
So funny, John.
Creative finance.
So, yeah, we'll
Sounds
take
like
a look
another
at
hour
it. I
discussion.
think if it were operated
Well,
potentially as
Patty, you started it.
I was just
I
asking
think
about
it's
an
really
outhouse.
creative, Kelly and
It
Steve.
is.
I think it's really
Yeah.
great thinking.
But we can't name the outhouses after you if you get your way up
I
there.
want to name it after Steve. He's the one leading it.
Great source of funding for that.
Okay.
See how
You
fun
guys are
budget
really
is?
getting off track here.
Not really. It's
You notice I
really
wore a
cool.
Hawaiian shirt today. It's like, this is like beach time now.
Except it's not Hawaiian, it's Alaskan.
Last budget.
Where are you
Yeah,
guys
your
getting all
last,
that
this is
chocolate?
your last victory lap.
In your
Back of
binder.
your folder.
Oh, yeah, it's upstairs.
Do you want some?
I think
Would you
we
like a
can
piece?
move on.
Yes, please.
Email Lainey and ask her.
I haven't
Okay,
really investigated it.
sorry, Connie, please go ahead.
Thank you.
The last page of the fund balance chart shows the enterprise funds and the internal service funds. So the total proposed budgeted revenues are 252 million. The total proposed budget is 255 million. That would be a net change in fund balance or a spending down of prior year's savings of about $2.7 million. That leaves us with 155 million in fund balance at the end of 2025, and that would be a total of 79% of operational expenditures. So very healthy fund balances.
Say, wow.
About enough to build a terminal.
So we always start with revenue rather than the expenditures. The revenue provide the basis on which we can build the budget. The revenues will determine the service levels that we can provide and the projects that we can do in 2025. So this shows total revenue of 252 million broken up by fund. The general fund is the largest, followed by the airport, sales and use tax, and then the solid waste center. Solid waste center is bigger than normal because we are assuming, hoping that the vote passes and we can issue debt. Another way of looking at those same numbers is dividing the revenue up by the type of revenue rather than by the fund. And this shows what types of revenues we're dependent on for different types of county services. In this chart, fees and service charges is actually the largest segment, and that's because the airport and the solid waste center really factor heavily into this. There's no tax dollars supporting our enterprise funds, so they have to earn all of the funding they need through their fees and service charges, except for what might come in on grants. So that's why this is the largest segment of the chart. We have sales tax and property taxes that are roughly a fifth each of the total county revenue. The debt proceeds section is larger than what it would normally be. There are many years where we have none at all, but hopefully with the landfill, we will have some. Questions so far?
So these are all revenues, so we don't break out enterprise funds and the restrictions on them here,
No,
but I
this
was
is just
thinking about that. Yeah.
looking at the total of all revenues.
Thank you, that's very clear.
We often will look at just the core service funds of the county. That would be 5 funds: the general fund, capital fund, road and bridge, human services, and public health. And these 5 funds are often grouped together because they do provide the core of what county services are. All of the different statutorily mandated services are here. And the revenues for these funds are interrelated. Public health and human services are highly subsidized by the general fund. And then the general, capital, and road and bridge funds all share in the same sales tax. So we take that same sales tax and allocate it between those 3 funds. So since they're interdependent, it's interesting to see them together. It's about 77 million of budgeted revenue. And here you see a shift in the pie chart, whereas fees and service charges was quite large on the total county. It's smaller here. Obviously, we're not dealing with enterprise funds. The main amount in the fees and service charges here are actually the treasurer's fees. And intergovernmental revenues are much larger here than for the total county. Public Health and Human Services rely on grants for a large part of their revenue. About 84 to 85% of their revenue is grants. And then sales taxes are a bit bigger in the than in the county as a whole, almost 25%. Property taxes a little bit less, 14.5%. The licenses, permits, and fines segment, most of that is community development fees. And the revenue summary in your budget materials also goes through this in a lot more detail. So those are the budgeted revenues for 2025, but in order to put together our 5-year plans, we need to know what we think these revenues will do over the course of 2025 through 2029. So in August, we met with our financial advisory board to talk about what they think our projections should be. And for property tax, there's not really much input needed from the financial advisory board because it's more formulaic. The general fund and many county funds are under TABOR restrictions, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. And that stipulates that we cannot have any greater increase in property tax than the prior year inflation and the overall growth of the property tax base. That property tax base is usually around 1%. Sometimes it might go up to 1.1 or maybe even 1.4, but 1% is usually about where it's at. It's the prior year inflation is the Denver Aurora Lakewood CPI index. And you see an asterisk on 2024. That's because inflation was higher than 4.5%, but we have a cap of 5.5% on property tax. So even if inflation is higher, we still can't collect more than 5.5% increase in property tax each year. So 2025, we're looking at a total property tax increase of about 3.6%. And varies between 3.5% and 4% in the out years.
And so that's the projected increase in evaluations.
Not increase in valuations. The valuations increase usually much more than this.
Yeah.
And so we have to keep taking credits against our mill levy so that we don't exceed the TABOR restrictions on how much our property tax can grow.
Okay, so, but the reason those numbers are lower than the max is because the increase in evaluations will continue, but it might be lower than it was in 2024?
No, just the inflation rate is lower.
So,
Which is the same as evaluation rate. Right?
No.
I mean, it's related to evaluation rate, inflation is.
no, not necessarily
You're
here.
challenging my most bedrock beliefs about the economy.
Components in the equation.
And I should have been more gentle in my answer than just saying no. But so the local real estate market oftentimes increases at a higher rate than the CPI, which is the Denver Lakewood Boulder.
Right.
Denver
Aurora.
Aurora
Yeah, I know
Lakewood.
what
Denver
it is.
Aurora, yeah. So that is the CPI, and that's a consumer price index CPI that includes all consumer goods regardless of where they're produced. So those price pressures tend to be lower than the localized inflation that we were talking about here, which is really driven by real estate investment and construction costs. So our assessed values may still go up by 20 or 30%. It doesn't matter. This will be our revenue limitation because it's based on estimates of Denver Boulder CPI and previous years' new construction permit growth, which is typically really low for us. Does that make sense?
I heard you.
It's beginning to.
In 20,
So the 5.5% that we had, was that because the Front Range also had a really high inflation?
So we have a revenue restriction that's
Right.
either the calculation of growth and inflation or 5.5%, whichever is less. And so last year was it's the first time in my career that we've hit the 5.5%. limitation. That limitation exists in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, also in our own charter, actually. And so last year, the growth plus inflation was actually higher than the 5.5% because inflation was so high. That's why we hit the 5.5%, but we're seeing inflation drop to that 2.6 and growth drop to around 1%. So now our revenue cap is going to drop to 3.6% instead of 5.5.
Okay.
She doesn't look like she,
Another 5 years. it'll
I'm
start
just
making
trying to
sense.
relate it to
Assessed values.
property evaluations and,
So-
you know, I mean,
So-
because
Prop-
the reason that our property taxes are going to possibly could exceed Tabor, even though we're not allowed to, we'd have to drop it back, is because of the increase in evaluations.
That's correct. So if our assessed values, let's say our assessed values went up 0%, then we would not be seeing these potentially.
we would still
Exactly.
see.
Well, we would, because we have
We've
temporary
taken
mill levy
credits.
credits that we would take back. But in theory, I see where you're going. In theory, if the assessed values. Now, what's happened is over the years, we've given temporary mill levy credits. So those assessed values would actually have to drop by over 50% before we wouldn't be taking this.
So I'm gonna strike your no before, because there is a relationship between them. So,
Well, there is and there isn't. There is not a relationship between assessed value and this revenue cap. There is a relationship between assessed value and what you're allowed to collect in property tax. Yes. So you can strike that, I guess.
okay.
You have a question?
Yes, relevant to this. I'm just curious what the difference is between the mill levy we've assessed versus the mill levy which has been approved.
I would have to go back and refresh my memory. I believe for the general fund, road and bridge and human services together, we have a 3.7 mill levy.
That we're allowed.
And what we actually assess, I'm not sure. I know it's at least one full mill less.
I think it's about one. Yeah, I thought it was around 1.3 is what we assessed, but we can bring that back. That's where I got that
Okay.
roughly 50% number.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. helpful.
Where property tax can go up by the values that homes go up is if someone has debruced. They've
Right.
gotten voter approval to not follow these Tabor restrictions. I'm going to talk about the other recommendations of the Financial Advisory Board as we go through the different revenue charts that follow. But I thought I'd just speak generally about the Financial Advisory Board's take on the economy. There were some differing opinions about when we might see an economic slowdown. But no one was expecting a recession or a crash or a huge downturn. We heard terms like subdued, moderate. So they are expecting growth to slow, our economy to slow. Whether it actually goes into recession or not, there are various opinions. But it was definitely a more moderate feeling of, yeah, we're slowing. When there could be actually a downturn in the economy, some thought 2025, some thought 2026, some think maybe not at all. But so we're taking a cautious approach on our sales tax, and I'll explain more as we're going into the slides. The first one is sales tax. On these charts, you will see that the blue line is what we've budgeted from 2015 all the way through the projection through 2029. And then the green line are the actuals. You'll see that in sales tax, we had a bump up in 2019. That's when we were first able to start collecting sales tax on internet sales and items that were delivered into Picken County. And then the COVID years, of course, we saw quite an increase in sales tax. This year in 2024, we are seeing higher sales tax than the prior year. January through July, we were plus 3%. But we do see that slowing compared to the past years. So there are less visitor numbers. We think that inflation is what's keeping that sales tax growing in 2024. So we're projecting to end 2024 at 2.5% compared to 2023. That projection is the pink dot that you see on the chart. 2% increase for 2025, and then a 4% decrease in 2026. The reason for this decrease in sales tax is twofold. One is the idea that at some point there will be a downturn and we will see a contraction in sales tax. And the other is anticipating an impact of airport projects, whether the vote goes one way or another. We ran through thoughts of different scenarios on different outcomes of the upcoming vote and felt like this projection could encompass both outcomes. Whether we move forward with projects and there needs to be an extended runway closure to do the projects, or whether there are changes in our airport because of the vote that we could see long-term effects in sales tax.
This is an airport closure-induced recession.
And it is accurate for the 1 year. I think we will reassess what the impacts on the 5-year plan are going forward when we know better what happens with the vote, what the FAA's response would be, and that sort of thing.
Only 28 more days.
Okay, next up, community development fees. Community development fees are very unpredictable, and you see large double-digit swings up and down over the years, not easy to forecast. In 2024, we are projecting a peak, one-time high of $14.3 million. That would be a 25% increase over the prior year. We're just as likely to see a 25% decrease the following year, which is what we're projecting. ComDev thinks that they have enough of a backlog of permits to be staying busy through 2025. However, they didn't see that 14 million number as something that's a new baseline. They think the $10 to $11 million range is where they'll be at in the next 5 years. So that's how we've budgeted.
Could you fill that in a little bit, or will they do that next time?
I'm
I'm
not sure
wondering why they're thinking that.
why they think that they'll be around 10 and 11 million. I think we're seeing the tail end of some of the COVID impacts. So COVID had a huge increase in both new construction and remodels, and sometimes it takes a number of years for those projects to work their way
Oh,
through.
right. Right, I read that.
Construction costs have also increased tremendously during this time frame, and since our fees are a percentage of the construction cost, as those costs have skyrocketed, so have the fees collected.
Okay, yeah. I think I read that in there. Yeah, thank you.
So we do see it moderating down to still a pretty high level, just not at that peak number. For treasurer's fees, they're excuse me. They're fairly stable because they follow the property tax collections for all of the districts within Picken County, not just the county district, the county itself. It's set by state statute at 5% for most districts, 2% for municipalities, and a quarter percentage for schools. We do think that we will be a good deal higher than our budget for 2024. That's because property assessed values increased 54%. but we think that the total property tax increase is 27% that we're collecting fees on. That's because some of these districts are restricted by Tabor. Some have chosen not to collect the full amount that they could have collected and taken mill levy credits. So we're not seeing a 54% increase, but a 27%.
And so these fees are, the projection is based on, why is the budget rising so much? I don't quite get that.
Because of the property tax that all of the districts within the county are collecting. So that would include,
So they're just gonna keep going.
it would include the school districts and the hospital and the other municipalities and historical districts, CMC.
Okay. That's a huge growth. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next are clerk fees. And about half of the clerk's fees are recording and document fees, which are affected by both the value and number of real estate sales within the county. You'll see that they hit a peak in 2021 during the COVID years. They've dropped off a little. The doc fees are declining, but the sales tax collections on vehicle sales actually have been increasing and continuing to increase, so that's offset some of the decline in document fees. In general fund investment income, we had very, very low interest rates from 2008 through 2022, earning close to nothing on investments. But as interest rates started to pick up, we were able to, our financial advisors were able to reinvest in safe investments, treasuries, and whatnot that had higher rates of return. So we are seeing an increase in our investment income, plus increased fund balances that we're earning interest on. So we're projecting that 2024 and 2025 will peak on interest, and then we think that rates will be declining and also our fund balances too. The green line is a little bit of an oddity because we record unrealized gains and losses within the general fund. And unreal is the right word. These are not real losses. We did not lose $2.5 million. If we had liquidated all of our investments at that point in time, it could have been a loss. But of course we didn't, and we wouldn't, and we don't. And in 2023, if we had liquidated everything right at that point in time, it would have been a very large gain. So it's an oddity in the accounting, but it's how we need to reflect the numbers. The blue line is maybe more accurate as far as what's actually happening. Any questions on revenues before we move on to expenditures?
I don't see any. Thank you.
Okay, we always start the expenditures going back to our strategic plan. This is the basis for evaluating the budget changes and projects, so we start here. And as we go through the next few slides, we'll be highlighting different areas of the proposed budget based on the core focus areas of the strategic plan and the different success factors that are listed under it.
So how much of this is changed recently? The
This-
strategic plan diagram?
It hasn't.
It hasn't,
We
okay.
haven't adjusted.
So you haven't incorporated the work you've been doing in terms of redoing it? Okay. So, still to
That
come.
needs to come to you first. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's do that next week so we can get it done before the election. Why not?
First, we'll look at flourishing natural and built environment and the success factor of ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. Road maintenance projects is first. There's $2.2 million in the budget for Lower River Road. That's an asphalt overlay and some other work along with it. $700,000 for Soapers Creek culvert replacement. A new one that has just been added in, $300,000 design of some State Highway 82 intersection improvements. Over the next 5 years, we are budgeting to spend about $20.7 million in road projects, and that does include the Redstone Bridge. Road and Bridge Fund, we're proposing one new FTE, a heavy equipment operator. In the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, we passed through almost $20 million in transit sales tax to RAFTA to support their operations. And the one larger project that's budgeted in that fund is $250,000 for pedestrian crossing improvements at the Buttermilk Light. And please just stop me along the way if you've got questions. Conserve natural resources and environment. We have a number of solar and electrification projects. I guess not so much solar this year, but $3 million for the library building electrification, $2.55 for the Health and Human Services electrification, an EV charging site, which they are looking at possibly a Down Valley location for this one. Climate action plan within the general fund. And then the fleet department is making progress each and every year on the transition of our fleet to electric vehicles. So there are 6 new electric vehicles within the replacements in the vehicles proposed for 2025.
Can I ask about the charging site down Valley? Is this specifically for county vehicles, or is this it's a
Yes,
county
it is.
vehicle? So that makes sense then. Okay.
On the microgrid project, most of the project cost will be spending down in 2024, but there is still $1.7 million continued into 2025.
Hey, John, question about the microgrid. What we see out there is one like tractor trailer sized box. And is that the full battery? And is that all at this point? Or is it expandable? Is that a modular?
Yeah, well,
Can ask
yes,
GR.
the short answer to the question is yes. We have built the infrastructure for additional batteries. I would probably want to ask GR, because I know we were starting off with 8 megawatt hours with the intention of being able to expand to 24. And I believe the one is the 8, but I'd want to double check that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds about right. And Patty wants to ask about painting the fence.
Yeah, how'd you know?
I could see
You
your-
can't, it's
your
not
thought
painting the
bubble.
fence, it's replacing it with proper code fencing. Because I don't think that the wooden fence is meeting proper code, but JR's looking into that with the consultant who said it was okay because they wanted natural looking fences, so they put up wood.
We'll have to add that to the budget.
We're working on it, so hopefully JR will have a
Yeah.
response soon.
Great, thanks.
Thanks to my code friend, it might not be in compliance with the code.
Oh, you ratted us out, huh?
So I'm looking at him over there in the corner with a grin on his face, but thank you for that.
Open Space and Trails, they have a number of house renovation projects, both at Faloa Wilden and at the Glacier Farmstead. That's $4.2 million in the proposed budget, $1.7 million for improvements to the Rio Grande Trail, $288,000 Redstone to top of McClure Trail, and then $2 million in other open space and trails projects. They do.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the 2 million, hopefully when we get to open space and trails, because I don't see mention or specifics related to the connection from Buttermilk to the Maroon Creek underpass that we've been talking about for years, and I don't know where that is on the schedule. Greg, you haven't heard anything? Okay, so that's something I'll bring up on open space
I
and trails.
assume the bridge study is in there too. That's 500,000, right? Is that where that would go? I think it's
It would
just
be
a
in their
study.
projects, yeah.
Yeah.
They are asking for 2 new positions, 1 regular ongoing ranger and 1 seasonal position to be used between their agriculture and natural resources areas. Community development, their big project is the Vision 2050, and there are a number of different phases in it. They'll be able to explain that better during their budget presentation. We do still have an item that has been in the budget for a couple of years but has not been spent yet, $200,000 for a short-term rental impact study. Community development has 2 FTE requests. One is a 1-year term-limited planner. This is just to provide the training and knowledge transfer as a planner is expected to retire. And then they're asking to convert the purpose of the short-term rental enforcement FTE into a more generic code enforcement FTE.
Did we ever fill that short-term rental FTE enforcement?
Enforcement has
I
never
didn't
been
think so,
filled,
okay.
no.
So would that give us 2 general enforcement FTE?
Correct.
No, it's not a new one, it's just.
No, but if we moved it over to a code enforcement, we already have 1 code
Yeah,
enforcement.
so one was going to be dedicated to short-term
Right,
rentals.
but
In
now
this
we'll have
case,
two.
it'd be
There's the general.
general, and they would address STRs also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets is another success factor. We have a number of capital projects here. The airport fund has budgeted $7.8 million for runway pavement maintenance and $3 million to plan for the commercial passenger terminal design.
Question
sol-
on that, just
yeah.
while we're on it. Is this maintenance that we're obligated to pay for because we cannot get a grant at this point? Is that?
That's correct.
So
This
this
had
is part of-
previously been paid for 90% through FAA grants with some portion through CDOT grants. The FAA is no longer covering these maintenance costs, and so CDOT will not either, so it's falling 100% on us.
How long, just, do you have an estimate of how much have we lost in that?
Yeah, so this is really the first year that we'll be experiencing it on the runway. I think the other pieces that may be more difficult to estimate, there was an announcement of bill funding, the federal infrastructure funding that went out for airports. $100 million was granted to airports in Colorado. We weren't eligible to compete for those dollars. There's one more year of that funding available. We'd have to be ready to apply next year for that. 2026 will be a last year of dispersal, and we would have to apply in 2025 for that.
We will be ready.
Is that,
Yeah, that will rely on us having both an approved airport layout plan from the FAA. That has been submitted to the FAA for consideration, and would depend on the board's ability to make decisions regarding that.
is that why the 3 million for commercial passenger terminal design is in there? To get it closer to the certain stage of the engineering will be done and be more ready to accept more funding?
Yeah,
Or be
that-
shovel-ready perhaps?
That is correct. It's most if we are getting FAA funding, the bill funding or infrastructure funding would most likely be applied for the terminal and related transportation connectivity. We want to be ready for that. So typically we'd also seek some grant dollars or try and seek grant dollars for this portion. That again, we are not eligible for, but we want to be shovel ready or at least designed enough so that we can submit a grant application that's competitive for the bill funding with everything else lining up.
What was the percentage of the passenger terminal that the FAA would cover had we been eligible?
Well, the FAA generally doesn't fund much of passenger terminals. They would contribute to the ramps and those sorts of things. However, under the bill funding, I think we're seeing anywhere, we would have anticipated being eligible for anywhere from 25 to 50% of those costs. So
Well, is that different than the specified terminal funding they have available right now?
it's the same. That's the same
Because there's a
pot under the
specified that I think
infrastructure.
expires in '26,
Yeah, so it expires in '26, so we have to have an application in
and
next
that's
year that
specific
qualifies.
to terminal bill funding, which
And-
I think was $1 billion a year they were putting out there.
That's correct. And so that's why, Steve, yes, we are putting the commercial terminal design in on the airport's dime this year, is so that we would be ready for that application next year. And that'll get us through conceptual, not engineering on that, of course.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
But if things get delayed or things don't go the way we'd like them to go on the new proposed ALP, can we still rely on the previously approved ALP then to move forward with that if we have a direction on November 5th?
Is this around the ballot questions?
Well, yeah, and if I mean, we still have the 2016 ALP.
Yeah, which has the runway shift as anticipated.
Doesn't have all the
now.
good environmental stuff, but it has the basic
Yeah.
fundamentals.
I think with the FAA, if this board, I mean, you have to update those every 5 to
Right.
7 years, so we'd probably still have to resubmit that
Some
for
level. Okay.
approval. Yeah, and the reason they do that is they want to review modifications of standard that an airport has been granted. Ours has a number of them, to see, whether they can or need to be addressed, because they're typically viewed as
I
temporary.
just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So I always think about opportunity cost and all the money that we would have been eligible to apply for that we can't apply for is a missed opportunity. And so it looks like that's about eight plus million that we've missed out on this year that we likely would have received. Is that right? And it may be more, but I was just trying to figure out how to get a number on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is the Solid Waste Center. And we have included $17.2 million in the budget for construction of the Scalehouse campus. And this is the first step that's necessary to move forward with the large landfill expansion that would allow our landfill to keep running for a number of decades. The Solid Waste Center is also asking for a new FTE in the household hazardous waste area. They've seen a large increase in the items coming in and the percentages, and they'll show that in their presentation. At the beginning of 2024, they asked for a term-limited scalehouse technician due to a workers' comp issue within that area of their operations. The workers' comp issue has not yet resolved, so they're asking for that term limit to be extended for 1 more year. And then they're asking for a part-time Motherlode Mercantile retail sales person. And next in the general fund, in facilities, a remodel is being proposed for the Health and Human Services building due to some shifting in the needs of the detox and the homeless area and a number of other changes going on there. $500,000 for building access control system. That would be the security cards to get into the buildings. $365,000 for Thomasville lime kilns restoration. The project was not completed or won't be in 2024, so it's being rebudgeted in 2025. Also for the courthouse entryway stabilization, it was budgeted in '24, but being rebudgeted in 2025. And then $65,000, this one is new, for a sheriff's evidence room dry fire suppression system. On the information technology side, there are a number of IT switches which are getting towards end of life, and so they're asking for the replacement of those in 2025. There's the GIS aerial photography, which is every 2 years, and then an upgrade to the AV systems in the Health and Human Services building. Under livable and supportive community, a sense of personal and community safety, we have a number of items. The first step is the new dispatch center. This is a project which would be at the Station 42 in Elgibel, the Roaring Fork Fire Department, and $2 million would be in 2025, $3 million in 2026, in order to build this new dispatch center.
Would you mind, I apologize, I just wanted to go back and ask a quick question just on general fund facilities, Thomasville lime kilns. A little bit of background on that. We haven't talked about it in so long. I thought it had already been stabilized a while ago.
It was proposed, but the project hasn't gotten moving yet.
Okay, so this is something we've talked about for quite a while, but it hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't on my radar, so thank you. All right.
Yeah, and you can find more information on some of these in the capital request section of the budget binder, although I don't know if the lime kilns is in there because it was just carrying over from the prior year's budget.
Right. Be nice to flag that for a review to see what it is we're paying for.
For general fund facilities, $400,000 to implement safety improvements. The sheriff's office has requested 5 new FTEs. What we have built into the budget is 2, a lieutenant and a record specialist. Dispatch has requested a public safety IT analyst, FTE. The general fund only picks up 38% of the cost, and the rest is covered by the public safety entities. And their area is becoming more and more IT and technology driven. In human services, in 2024, there was a supplemental request for a new child welfare position, and now in 2025, this is the second position. If you remember, the state has increased their child welfare block grant to cover the cost, or 80% of the cost, of 2 new child welfare positions, and this was based on a state study that was recently done. Self-sufficient individuals and families, Healthy Community Fund will spend somewhere around $4.8 million. This number will change after the grant review committee. I don't have their final recommendations yet. In the library fund is asked to increase their FTEs up to 100% for a number of positions, with no new increase in the number of positions. So these are not new people. They have just had an odd array of FTEs, with an employee that might be 0.9375 FTE and another one at 0.875, and any variety of combinations therewith. So these are not new people, no new benefits associated with it, because these are employees that are already receiving our health insurance benefits. It's just moving them up to 100% so that as gradually as they go through time, the library is able to have a more rounded staff complement.
Got it. So they'll be increasing their hours, I assume, or their presence.
Yep.
Question for the Healthy Community Fund real quick. Are we going to be, I think I've heard discussion at times about additional recipient categories, or I'm not trying to figure out how to ask that, but do we have any other possible applicants to this that we would be including going forward?
So Greg, I may be misunderstanding the question, but the categories were established in the ballot, and we can't add or subtract from those without going back to the ballot, unless you're looking at how those are defined.
Okay.
I think that's what he was looking at.
Maybe that's what it was, because I
when
couldn't remember if it was a ballot issue that defined them precisely or not. So
Yeah, I was wondering about that, the senior services programs, if they're stuck on 608,000 income every year from the Healthy Community Fund, and yet costs of different things are going up, the salaries would be going up by the county, the rate that other county employees' salaries are going up. How are we paying for the difference there?
So
I
there,
thought it was a
it
percentage.
is a percentage.
It goes up.
Yeah.
And don't remember if it was 12%. The percentage is escaping me at the moment, but it is a percentage, so it does increase
So it
year
does
over
increase
year.
by a
It does not necessarily,
set percentage.
whatever the property tax is increasing at.
Yeah.
So that does not necessarily cover the full amount of staff increases over the long run.
Okay.
Yeah, so for example, their increase would have been limited to the 5.5%, right, last year. This year will likely be limited to the property tax increases that Connie put up. That won't necessarily keep pace with inflation, which is the price struggle that you're talking about, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe that's in the ballot language, though, isn't? Was that in the ballot
Well,
language?
Healthy Community Fund is slightly different because it started at a set dollar amount and then increases with inflation.
Yeah.
That measure does not necessarily keep up with wages.
Right.
Yeah, and I know that the funding coming from Northwest Cog in some areas of their funding is going down this year because Northwest Cog didn't get the money from the state to
Yeah,
backfill all that.
there are two grants that senior services have had for years, many, many years. And those are going away for 2025.
Yeah.
A lot of the feds are cutting out. The more old people we get, the less money they give us to take care of them.
So do we backfill that from the general fund?
Yes. Not sure what's happening with the screen.
It's been clicking on and off, but they can still see it on.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can see
all
this
right.
one too.
Next, we have the success factor of diverse and livable housing options, and we have quite a number of items in this area. In the housing fund, this would be the housing impact fees. And here the numbers on the slide have changed from what's in your packet. This again is due to the fact that the board has committed $450,000 for Habitat for Humanity. So as we go through the budget process, there are numbers that shift as we go through the process, and we'll try to continue updating. And so it's now at $6.2 million for employee housing acquisitions or development, and that includes $4.1 million transfer from general fund reserves. That's what's left over from that $5 million that the board set aside for housing. We're also budgeting $700,000 for Phillips infrastructure, $500,000 for a retaining wall, and $50,000, which has a matching grant for a trash enclosure.
I wanted to ask about that. $50,000 for a trash enclosure?
I believe it would be bear resistant, I assume.
It is, and it's not
don't-
just, it's like a big,
big.
On
significant
cement, and
dumpster.
it's like got dumpsters in it, or, I mean, that's a heck of a lot of money for a trash.
Gold Swan
Jody will be
handles.
able to give you more
Dirt proof.
information on it.
it's a significant enclosure for multiple dumpsters, recycling, composting, et cetera, et cetera.
Wi-Fi.
Okay,
And a box cutter.
For the bears.
You're in the wrong business, Fancy.
for 40 people?
Next, in the airport fund, they're setting aside $1 million in their budget for employee housing acquisitions.
Yeah, please, yeah, go into detail. If this is out of the enterprise, or, and
Yes,
so
so it
how
would be
do they,
for
can they spend it
airport-
off-site? Or
For
is this for
airport
on-site?
employees only.
Yeah, it's
Good question.
yeah. It is for airport employees only and critical response, and we've been able to do that. If we were to be contributing to a broader kind of project that may have less clear or direct relationship to airport staffing, or be contributing to a broader community effort, we may run afoul. FAA tends to look at that as potentially revenue diversion, but they've allowed us to look at for critical, if you have ARF staff that have to be within a certain time frame and such, we've been really focused on that.
Could that, for example, just to pick something out of, if we had increased security needs at the airport, could we house those new employees we might have to hire to do those new security needs?
So presumably they would actually be airport employees at that point.
Even if
to
they
pay
worked
for
for
them.
another department of the county, but they were assigned solely to the airport?
So what we've talked about, if in the eventuality that we'd have to hire on-site law enforcement, for example, that those would be airport employees that are paid for out of the airport fund, but deputized and supervised by
And
local
that
law
housing, this
enforcement.
money could go for potential housing opportunity. Okay,
And
thank you.
At today's prices, that's basically one unit.
I was gonna say we're not adding a lot very
It's
quickly.
actually like a studio.
So, and will this become part of the general housing approach?
No.
It'll be completely separate.
Completely separate, and that's to Greg's point about, hey, how are we doing this off-site with the airport? It is strictly owned by the enterprise, so the airport, and used solely for airport employees.
So like at the AABC or something.
Yeah.
Or somewhere.
Sounds like we've got a
It's
foot in the
business.
door.
Okay, next item in the capital fund is our deed restricted program. We've been budgeting $800,000 each year for that deed restricted program, which would allow 2 units in the Aspen area, or maybe a little bit more than that down valley. And then we also have included $1.2 million for potential buybacks in case there were to be an employee that leaves employment and the county wanted to buy that unit back out of the deed restricted program. In the general fund, our contribution to APSHA is increasing significantly in 2025. It's at $1.4 million.
And that's matched by the city?
Yes, it is.
And that's separate from the maintenance fund that we,
Yes, that's separate.
thank you.
And we'll hear more about what the specifics of that are later. Okay.
They'll be coming to the meeting next week, I believe,
Okay.
to present
I
the
have to keep
budget.
reminding myself, this is just a trailer for coming attractions
Yeah.
So we get to hear it all again.
in detail.
But in more detail.
Oh, good, in color.
You gotta figure out which ones keep you up at night.
Right, exactly.
All of them right now.
Affordable and quality health care options. We continue to support Mountain Family Health Center, and they provide health care, both medical, dental, mental health, regardless of a person's ability to pay. Health Insurance Fund, we support the Valley Health Alliance, and that organization has helped to bring down healthcare costs in the Valley. There are a couple of additions to the health insurance budget for 2025, one for reproductive health benefits and another for a cancer blood screening for those over a certain age.
Question about that health insurance fund. It seems like we, like everyone, we have increasing health care costs and insurance costs. Are we anticipating that with this?
Yes.
Is this additional, or is this?
We definitely have increased costs, and I will get to that
Okay. All right.
actually on
It's coming up.
the next slide.
Oh, well,
While we're on this page though, the reproductive health benefits, that's for the surrogacy thing that we passed this last year? Or?
It's broader than that, and I think Melissa is going to be in either today
I think they're coming
today at
later
open
this
discussion,
afternoon.
Okay.
and we'll talk about that a little bit more. But yes, it addresses that plus some.
Okay, thanks.
So that's part of open discussion. That's a pretty major conversation,
Just to make sure
to
we
have an
keep
open
going.
discussion.
Next, high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees.
share. I'll
For
share.
employee pay and benefits, we have a 5% placeholder built into the budget for wage adjustments. That doesn't mean that everybody necessarily gets a 5% adjustment. We have to divvy this up between cost of living adjustments, market adjustments, if there's one particular segment of our employees that's fallen way behind market rates, compliance with equity and pay rates that the state requires, and making sure that our lowest tiers of pay are keeping up with living wages. And then the health insurance.
There it is.
The county's contribution to the health insurance fund for each employee is increasing by 25%. So this is where you see the large
Got it.
increase.
There it is. Yeah.
And Picken County, from what I've heard, is not the only one that's been experiencing higher claims. The city of Aspen, we've heard, has had some higher claims. The district attorney's office, a number of other agencies in the valley, I've been hearing similar stories.
Yeah, no, I think this has been, there are two factors. Utilization is up, especially high cost. That tyranny of small numbers, it doesn't take very many large dollar claims to tip our own plan. And the same is true of other employers in the valley, and everyone, it seems like, has been having a rough year. Why? I don't exactly know.
Aging population.
The
and
other, yeah, and
increase in joint replacements of different parts of body.
yeah, a lot of cancers. We'll be talking about that, and significant costs around that. That's been an issue, but we also probably are seeing some inflation. You know, the inflationary pressures that we've all experienced are going to get expressed through our health plan also. So you probably had a double-digit base increase just based on inflation, and then you have some of the utilization numbers. I'm still anticipating we're going to peak and probably come back down. Tyranny of small numbers works both directions, as it turns out. But
We were down last year, right? Like 5%.
we've been down quite. I mean, we are just now getting back to around 2017 levels. I
Yeah.
think we're probably getting above those
As
now.
far as what we're charging the employees, yes.
Yes, but we're
But
paying.
what
well,
we're
I'm-
paying, we're above that.
I'm just wondering whether it would make more sense, and this is just a stab in the dark, but to keep it steady for the employees and have the county deal with the fluctuations.
So that's what we've done for a number of years now, is we've absorbed any increases on the county side, and we've actually had 0% increases for a number of years in the health insurance for employees, and we actually had some decreases
Right.
in the prior years. And so, you know, it could be we may start to see, you know, more steady increase on the employee side to keep up with inflation. Again, I'm hoping that we're going to see the portion that's just base inflation is going to be there. It's the utilization side that I hope we're going to see some bending, more of that cost curve going forward.
Did you answer my question, though? I didn't quite get that.
I think we are doing, in essence, what you've said by not putting the full increase on employees. We do have a 10%, which is big,
But it's not 25%.
but it's not. Yeah, so we've tried to decrease that, and it's on the heels. If you amortize that over the years that we haven't had any increase, we're probably averaging like 2 to 3%.
Yeah, but people feel it in the 1 year.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're still talking about inflation as though it were really high, and it's not nationally. So is it still, I mean, it's almost down to the target for the feds. And so I'm just wondering why we're still building in so much inflation caution into everything that we're doing.
Well, because it's not going down. So, you know, remember, we're looking back at what costs we've actually paid to kind of set this, and anticipating medical inflation, unfortunately, tends to run higher.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so there's a base medical inflation kind of piece here, and then we're trying to anticipate, you know, based on
Okay.
our last 3 years of experience
Okay.
where we think utilization is going to be.
Thank you.
Yeah, our
Great. Kelly and then Patty, sorry.
I was gonna ask if, how our negotiations with providers on what they charge,
Our-
is going and how that factors.
Yeah.
Based on that, our consultants recommended a 31.5% increase.
Yeah, so we have a direct contract that we've entered into with Aspen Valley Hospital that gives, and that, don't want to go into all the discounts right now, but it gives a healthy discount. We are in conversations with other hospitals around the same thing, but we have not reached those agreements.
And I'd like to know if we have any knowledge or record of denials of insurance claims.
Tonight, what?
Denials, insurance companies, not just ours, but others, that Allegiance, that doesn't work directly with us, but worked with other employers in the valley. I'm hearing that people are seeing more denials of their claims, which is an impact to the employee who then has to file the appeal and maybe file another appeal, like I had to do it, another appeal.
Yeah, I had to do that also this year.
See, so I think it's interesting. I think that's a tough one for employees to know how to navigate an appeal, and then having an appeal another denial that they've. It's not an easy process for someone who hasn't been through it or doesn't have the knowledge of how to go through it.
Yeah, and we could see if we've got that information through
like
a
to know
broker.
what those
yeah,
impacts are.
I don't know if.
Yeah, I'm just for
or not.
future, if you
Yeah.
could find out. I think Human Resources should have access to that information because they just hired somebody to help with it. So maybe we can bring that back when this specific topic comes back.
Yeah, it is really complicated, and every advice thing that you read says never pay your medical bills when you get them. You need to challenge it and do this and that and that. So you don't pay it right away, and then you get letters that say they're sending it for collection. So it's kind of a lose-lose thing. And
Yeah, or you don't get the discount from AVH if you don't pay it the first time you get a bill.
is that right?
When you come in and you pay it right away, you get the discount, which is nice. But yeah, it's very confusing and complex.
Yeah, it
and
is.
It's hard enough to live these days, let alone him to live and have to deal with this on top of
It'd be
everything
nice
else.
to be able to track,
Yeah,
you're
but
right
anyway,
about how many
just
denials.
information that would be
for-
nice
for
to have.
What things that are
And
included.
then you don't
Yeah.
accept the denial, but you appeal it, and it just goes on.
Right, yeah.
My service was provided in December of 2023, and I'm still in the appeal process.
Okay, so there's that
Yeah,
aside.
that's a
Back to
fun
the
one.
budget.
So also in the budget are some proposed FTEs. The assessor actually asked for 4 FTEs. 2 are built into the budget. They have a number of longtime employees who are planning their retirements in the upcoming year, 2025, 2026. So what we have built into the budget is two two-year term-limited positions.
So it's
This-
not two-year terms, which would be 4 terms, 4 people. It's just 2 people for 2 years.
2 people for 2 years each.
I'm like,
That's
am
4
I
people
multiplying
years.
or am I adding or am I skipping all of that?
And this provides that overlap to get those employees up to speed, give the knowledge transfer for these longtime employees so that the office can continue functioning and move forward with an adequate knowledge base.
But I have a question. So we train them for 2 years and then they leave because we've given them all this training and they go on to the private sector. I mean, what's the guarantee that we're going to spend the time for 2 years of training for them to move into a position, which I can understand at some level, but then what's the guarantee they stay with the county? None.
There isn't.
What a great deal. I'm going to get trained for 2 years for free, and then I'm going to go to the private sector and have all this knowledge.
I think that's where we try to build up our benefits and our culture.
I know, and send them to more
provide
training.
the-
Don't go there with
Yeah.
me on that
We've
one.
we've had a good track record though of retaining these positions.
We've never had this many in one budget. We've got a lot of succession planning in this budget.
We have a lot, and
Because
we
we're
do
getting
across the
older
organization. Exactly, yeah, that's happening. You're
But
gonna
2
see
years
it
of
in
training,
my office also. So there's there's kind of logic on two levels there. One
Start
of it is
defending your
training.
FTEs here, John.
What's that? Well, just for the, for the board that, one is we are seeing another year where there are going to be capacity needs in that office coming up, another potentially big assessment year and challenge year. And so it provides some additional capacity in the office while the training is being provided for that longer term. So we saw this as addressing both of those issues.
And there are some positions where, in order to get the certifications needed, it does take some time and extra supervision until an employee is actually able to function as an appraiser for a certain
Right.
group of properties on their own.
We have a significant number of people working in that office that haven't got their certifications. That would be a nice focus for us to do that, so they didn't have to have that constant supervision. But that's a further discussion when we get to that department, but I just had to point that out.
And then the last one on this list is the clerk and recorder's office. This is not a new FTE, but just increasing a position, the recording specialist, that is a part-time position up into a full-time position. So it would include the addition of benefits for this position.
I just wanted to ask about that because it seems that I'm trying to remember back when we had so many increases to full-time from partial positions. And I'm sure they were brought to us as partials because it's probably easier to swallow, right? And so then they get bumped up. I'm just wondering, is this a strategy or is this just the reality?
Kind of like the succession planning for 2 years, yeah.
Sorry to be cynical. I'm thinking, is this the new thing? It's like, oh, we only want a part-time employee, and then the next year they bump them up to full, or perhaps we actually need it. I'm sure we do. They wouldn't do it if we didn't need it, but I wanted to say that
Yeah.
I've noticed this.
You know what, can I just add, what happens if somebody we're succession planning for doesn't retire?
Yeah, that's a problem because then we don't have the FTEs. So
No, what if they don't retire and we've been training somebody for 2 years to take their place when they retire and they don't retire, so then we've got,
That's what
yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying is you don't have an approved FTE at that point. So
You have an
somebody would
FTE,
have
but
to.
it's not approved.
Yeah, it's a term limited, 2-year term limited succession
We can change that.
planning.
Okay.
But Greg,
That
to your
guy's gotta
question,
retire.
the library has been in this position for quite a long time. I think this was with the new director coming on and looking to modernize and get a little bit more flexibility. And also because at the FTs they were using, the benefits costs are fixed. It provides a little bit more capacity and such at kind of a sale price, right?
Then employees that didn't
relative
want to
to-
work full-time because of age or
Yeah.
disability or whatever, and that worked out well.
And there were different things going on. And I think the clerk is in a similar kind of position. They've also seen, with all the transactions and everything increasing. Yeah, I
They've
think
actually
there's-
had this half-time position for many, many years. I would have to go back and look to see how many, but it's not been a recent change.
Yeah, so I don't think it's that kind of, hey, we're going to come in this year for a halftime and then next
I
year
think he
we're
was
gonna
being
bump it up.
humorous, kind of.
Well, I was wondering.
know.
It just seemed like I noticed that, and I couldn't remember it from previous years. So thanks for that, and I
there
accept
were-
the answer.
There were a bunch during the pandemic who.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, we had temporary.
They were temporary, and then we didn't make them full-time, they disappeared.
It turned
do
out
think it-
they're coming back.
I do think it matters a little bit for an eye towards departments that have to be like fully staffed.
In-house.
At any one time, yeah. They're not, like, they have to accommodate people being sick and taking vacation and still having a fully staffed office as opposed to other offices which can have people be sick and take vacation and it doesn't affect somebody else's workload on it.
And I think I don't know if we're seeing more mandates from the state about certain numbers. Public health has seen that, I know. Okay.
So next up, looking back over all of the proposed expenditures
goes.
for all county.
No, that one's out too.
This one went out too now.
Can we invest in technology?
Yeah, we're just having some issues
You know how I feel about it.
I know, I was like, did Patty Copper just say that?
I could hold my
9%,
Yeah.
6.9.
I think, you know,
If you expect me to be reading that over there, I'm,
Abby is just trying to let us know how important she is to, you know, how.
Abby's,
how
We
she's
know
important
that.
whether or not
She
the
is.
screens come on. It's so nice to have her
We don't
here.
have to, we already know, but without you, it all falls apart.
Yeah,
Those
I don't know
IT
if I have
people.
an answer to this issue though. That's the only thing.
We're
I
gonna
think it's the
definitely need it
connection
for
to
the
the
energy
laptop.
code one.
Yeah, McKelly came down and looked at it, and she couldn't figure out what was going on. So, I'll try to get Andrew.
Sometimes that
Okay,
works.
because the energy code, the packet is just not the full packet. So if you just tell me what page we're on, I have it. in
We're
front of
on
me.
slide number 31.
31,
That, okay,
proposed expenditures.
so that's this graph.
Yes, this shows the
This
pie
pie.
chart with all county expenditures, all funds, divided up by fund. General fund is by far the largest at almost 22% of the total budget. And that's because the general fund includes a lot of our basic course county services. Total budget of $255 million. So this is just a snapshot of the whole for you.
Could we add a good espresso machine to this budget?
We just got a new one.
Really? Upstairs?
It's a George Clooney.
Espresso?
What's it called? What's that stuff called? though?
Espresso?
It's not espresso. I don't know. Drink coffee.
Nespresso.
Nespresso.
I was thinking about one with a barista.
And it was provided
the
by Kara,
barista too.
actually.
Yeah, but
A
for those of
partial
us,
prestige.
for those of us who don't drink coffee, we need to have another benefit upstairs. To figure something out.
I have a question about this graph. So I think the revenues from open space and trails shown as 9%, and now the expenditures are at 6.9%. And so is that just assuming we're doing a carryover from year to year for emergencies or
Fund balance.
perfect properties?
In open space, right? Yeah, they typically will not appropriate all of the revenues that are coming in a year, and that's because they're holding them aside for whatever acquisition possibilities may come up.
Okay.
And then those will come back to the board at the time that they're available to be appropriated
Okay.
and added into the budget. So it's normal that they show a large addition to their fund balance every year in their original budget. And then they'll come back to you if opportunities come up.
But for open space and trails, this is really just a guesstimate about how much they might be spending next year. Okay, thanks.
Well, what's included in their budget are their actual work plan, salaries, and programs that they are planning to do.
Okay.
They're not budgeting placeholders for possible acquisitions.
Oh, that's not part of
No,
the
it's not.
17 million?
It will come back to you should those come up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then a pie chart showing general fund divided up into the different departmental areas, a total of $55.5 million.
How come the manager makes $4,450,000? That's a good salary.
The manager's office includes records management. It includes the resiliency department, and it includes community relations. And it includes an emergency reserve. For example, should there be a wildfire, the manager's office
Right.
has some funds available to respond, or
Right.
in COVID, that was used right away.
Thank you.
And then the next two pages show the general fund 2025 budget and 5-year plan. And I will walk through this just briefly to give you an idea what's in. We'll be going through all the different general fund departments in the coming weeks. So it's not really a decision point here. It's just to give you an overview of what we're proposing in the general fund. We really make a lot of the budget decisions based on what's possible within the general fund. So the first page shows all of the county revenues, a proposed budget of about $56.7 million for the general fund. You see property taxes around $10 million. So I guess your monitor is still not working there, right?
It
This
is.
one's
Oh, it
back
is,
now.
okay. On the sales tax, we with our projection of being up 2.5% in 2024, that would be about 11 million. You see a budget of 10.9 million in 2025. We're projecting a 2% increase. However, we're shifting a couple percentage points of that sales tax into the Road and Bridge Fund so that we can be saving up for these bridge replacements coming in the future.
But where do we see that?
You'll see that in the Road and Bridge Fund.
Okay, it's just weird because it looks like it's fewer sales tax.
Right.
And doesn't
that's-
show that it's being allocated, but it'll show up somewhere.
Yep.
All right, I trust you, thank you.
Intergovernmental revenues, you'll see we've got around 5 million in 2024, but it's going down. 5 million included using a lot of the ARPA funding and the local and tribal monies. We had a lot of those COVID dollars that needed to be spent by 2024. That's why you see that higher there and then lower in 2025. You see community development fees. We talked about that on one of the revenue charts, a budget of about 10.6 million for 2025, and the treasurer's fees and so on. Any questions so far? In the out years, 2026 through 2029, the percentages that the Financial Advisory Board advised are what we're applying to these different revenue streams. And if there was not a specific recommendation for a certain revenue stream, we use the CPI projections from the state. Then on the expenditure side, you see different categories of expenditures: salaries and wages, employee benefits, health insurance, and on down the line. Professional services, property services would include both repairs and utilities and all, security. Other services is a very broad category that includes anything from phones and radio charges, fleet charges, education and training.
I have a question on this one.
Yes.
On the salaries and wages and then the benefits and insurance. So are those benefits and insurance taken out of the,
No,
or
it's
added on to the 23 million?
added on.
So it's almost a 50% add-on, it's like a 40-something% add-on to the salaries on health insurance and benefits? That seems really high.
It depends on what a person's wage is and what type of health insurance they choose, whether it's employee only or up to employee plus family, but it can well exceed 35%, yes.
So this is, the health insurance shows the increase.
Yes, this
next year of-
4.4, almost 4.5 million
So it's a
does show
1.2
that
million increase.
25% increase for 2025.
So basically it says we pay salaries and wages at 23 million,
Yep.
and then we pay an additional almost 10 million.
That's correct.
Only on employees in the general fund. The numbers are bigger than that in total.
That's just incredible.
You have to consider that the benefits include payroll taxes, taxes like unemployment and Medicare, but it also includes retirement. The county does not pay into Social Security. We pay into the retirement instead.
I thought we had 401ks.
That's what that,
Yeah,
the
that's-
So
retirement.
we continue to pay in on that after people leave?
No,
No.
Oh.
no.
So it's not like paying a pension. Yeah, it's still really high. It's like
Yeah.
really
Well,
high. I mean, I'm not complaining,
yeah.
but it's really high.
That's, yeah, so when we came out of Social Security, you know, we have a base retirement of 13% of salary that goes up to 15% county contribution, because we'll match an additional 2%. So almost half of what you're looking at is retirement. And the other big chunk, the next big chunk is gonna be
She's having trouble.
health insurance, which has grown, and we do have a structural issue with how quickly health insurance costs have grown. We've had some success over the years bending that cost curve. But those inflationary pressures that are being experienced nationally are still affecting us. So the next big increment is health insurance. And between those two things, you're right around, I'm thinking 25%.
It's more like 36%,
Yeah.
but it depends on.
And then you have the others on top of that, the payroll taxes
Right.
and
Oh, right, yes.
health, life insurance benefits and long-term and short-term disability benefits and such that are all being paid out.
Folks, we've got about 4 pages left, and then we're done. And we're going over time only because we've been talking a lot. Just wanted to,
So I wanted to point out the line that says one-time expenditures. You see about 2.3 million there. Again, the largest one is from community development, but it also includes some one-time costs on the operational side at Phillips Mobile Home Park, some one-time costs within the manager's office and within community relations. We do budget for some vacancies. You see a negative 650,000. That's roughly 2% of our payroll cost. In a fund that's as large as the general fund with approximately 200 employees, we know that we will have some vacancies at one point or another during the year, so we put in an anticipated savings to account for those vacancies. The transfers to other funds, about 3.2 million, these are the subsidies for public health, human services, and also a very small subsidy for the Healthy Community Fund. We cover their overhead costs so that the full amount they bring in can be granted out. That leaves us with an operating deficit of $2 million. But if you see the other years in this plan, you'll see surpluses. 2026, a surplus of 203,000, 927,000, 776, 403. So the out years of the plan, without those one-time expenditures, do show surpluses. So it is balanced operationally. It fluctuates a bit year to year depending on some of the departmental replacements. And that leaves us, including the 2 million deficit, it leaves an average annual surplus of 61,000. Then we have our capital transfers down below. We already mentioned these different transfers. That's taking out of the savings from prior years and using it for capital purposes. We anticipate an ending fund balance of 8.5 million, and you'll see that the fund balance remains healthy in that unassigned balance throughout the course of the 5-year plan, and then the total general fund balance is shown on the very last line. We'll circle back to the general fund 5-year plan at the end of our budget process after we've gone through all of the budget presentations. Again, just healthy fund balances. Should the board decide that they don't want to use fund balance for capital projects, we can also change what we're doing and accumulate rather than spending down those balances. This chart shows the different categories of fund balance within the general fund. The 2 green sections together make up 16.7% of our operations within the general fund. So that green section is growing year after year as our costs increase. And then the blue section is what's at the board's disposal, whether to save for emergencies or a rainy day or whether to use for different one-time projects. The red section at the top is the fund balance remaining in the capital fund. Again, just summing up, the budget as a whole, 255 million proposed for 2025. In the course of the coming meetings, we'll be touching on all of the different success factors in the county's strategic plan. And We hope the board will find that it really aligns with the strategic direction of the county and the board's priorities. Upcoming meetings next week, we'll look at livable and supportive community core focus area. We'll follow that up with flourishing natural and built environment over the course of 2 different meetings. Healthy community fund, district attorney, prosperous economy. Ambulance district will be the last budget area we'll look at. First reading on December 4th, and then a special meeting to adopt the budget on December 10th.
Wow,
Great job, Connie.
nice work.
Any other
I'm still following you.
questions?
Will you accept a motion right now to
Approve the budget. Saves us a lot of time.
Without any
Save you
FTEs?
some
Yes, I
time.
would. Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, thank you. That's
The
great.
chocolate is always
So we've got
appreciated.
a
I'm storing mine
15-minute
out
break.
for.
We could take all 15 or take 10. What do y'all think?
I would love if we could shave little bits of time off everything left on the agenda so we can
Get out earlier.
make sure
So
we get out at least when we say we're getting out.
let's take
I
an
think the
11-minute
energy
break.
code one might either be really simple or really not simple.
Well, if we take 10 minutes from that, 5 minutes from the next one.
I was thinking we're adding
So
a half
we're on
an hour
break
to
right
that.
now for 10 minutes.
Okay.
And Dora,
come back on page 241?
I asked Charlotte to get the times.
Okay, we're back, everybody. It's Tuesday, the 8th of October, and we are moving on forward. And up next is the Energy Code Building Code Update, and Jeffrey's here.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Erickson, Chief Building Official, and joined by John Houghton, one of our plan reviewers and inspectors. He'll be
Great, welcome.
driving for me. So yeah, we're going to be looking at a energy code update. First, we'll talk about today's agenda, and first on that list is how we got here today, then the near-term timeline. I sent out an energy code survey to the design build community in August. We'll talk about those results, followed by a focus group meeting that was held on September 18th with the design build community. And then we'll talk about those code strategies for new residential development and then also existing buildings. So how we got here today. In 2019, you all declared a climate emergency and set 2030 climate action goals. One of those is, net zero energy for new residential development by 2030. And then in April 2020, we had our first energy code adoption. That was with Brian Paul, and we adopted the HERS 6030. And I'll get into what the HERS ERI pathway is here in a few minutes. And then in January of 2023, we had the 2021 building code adoption. That didn't necessarily affect our energy code. Our energy code is an appendix to the IECC. And then in April of 2024, we adopted the exterior energy budget and the electric ready provisions. And in 2025, we'll be halfway to those 2030 goals. So the near-term timeline, as I said before, August 9th, we sent out a survey to the design build community, an energy code survey, and asking for feedback on how to go forward with the energy code. And I used those results as a way to design the focus group meeting or stakeholder engagement. So that stakeholder engagement happened on September 18th. And here we are today for the work session. And then hopefully we'll have a first reading on October 23rd, second reading on November 20th, and then the code would take effect January 1st, 2025, if everything goes well.
I don't want to jump in with too many
Yeah.
questions before you get through it. So at some point, I just want to make sure we have a chance to talk about just how the response has been, and have there been any specific inquiries about glitches, or I was thinking one anecdotal thing about somebody who wants to build a house, a modest house, but they just said this is really hard with the energy code. And
We got those responses through the survey. through the stakeholder engagement, and that's what we'll be presenting today.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Keep going.
Yep. So August 9th, I sent out the survey to the design build community. We had pretty good feedback responses to those. It was 15 energy related questions, and it was on a Likert scale. The majority of folks supported the direction that we're heading. Like you said, for smaller development, there was a concerns about the significant cost increases to get to net zero by adding more solar, more battery storage, and that sort of thing. So after the survey, we had the focus group meeting on September 18th. There were 39 folks from the design build community, and got it listed out here on who attended. The group discussed 7 topics that we'll go over today over an hour and a half, and it focused on strategies to advance our climate action goals. All of the topics that we talked about were well received, and there was no opposition. And that feedback that we gathered from the meeting on September 18th will guide me here today.
So
Patty,
over
go
there
ahead.
you have Picken County 10, was that 10 Picken County employees that attended?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. So that's 10 out of the 39 were in-house people that attended this.
Correct, yeah. 29
Okay.
not for Picken County yet.
Yeah, okay.
So what strategies can be implemented to take another step towards meeting our climate action goals? So the first thing we discussed in the stakeholder engagement meeting was reducing the initial HERS Energy Rating Index score. And do you all know what the HERS Energy Rating Index score is? And do you want me to kind of give a rundown of what that is real quick?
Give us the rundown,
Okay.
because I haven't said the word hers about this in years.
Sure.
And the public is probably interested.
Yeah, so the HERS is Home Energy Rating System, and it's it uses the Energy Rating Index, and that is a scale from high to low. And you can see on the right here is the higher on the scale, the more energy consumption. The lower on the scale, the less energy consumption. So 0 being net zero energy, and you can see right now Picken County sits at a 60. And that is a 60 pre-renewable energy. So that's how the house sits. And the idea behind pre-post renewable energy is to protect the thermal envelope of the building. So if you pull off the solar, the house is efficient from windows, insulation in the walls and ceiling, good appliances, this sort of thing. So that's the idea of having a pre-post. We're looking at lowering that pre-renewable energy score from 60 down to 50, and that 50 it would be a baseline for all homes in Picken County. So you have to meet a 50 on the scale before you put solar on the building. That 50 is 5% better than the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, the Energy Code. So do you guys have any questions on that topic?
So was the first half easy getting to 2030? Was this the easier part?
Is it the easier part to? I would say so. Yeah.
So this is actually the, obvious. This is the low-hanging fruit that you're doing, even though it's painful and expensive.
Yeah. The lower you go on that scale, the harder it is. Like if you go below a 50, you're starting to mess with the architecture of the building. You're starting to mess with the percentage of glazing. You're starting to have to add ground source heat pumps and other measures to get that score to come down. So I would say anything probably below 40 is pretty unachievable.
Unachievable
Yeah.
at this point?
Yeah. Okay, so the second thing we talked about is incentivizing small development. And This was something that the Community Growth Advisory Committee recommended. In reviewing responses to the survey, there was a clear theme that there should be incentives for smaller development that uses significantly less energy, rather than increasing the construction costs through renewable energy, battery storage, and stricter building standards.
So, may I jump in?
Please.
Yes, question. So the Community Growth Advisory Committee recommended the big goal, and then these bullets are the strategies.
Yeah.
That how to get there.
Yes, yep. And they started with the tiering system, and they said, 0 to 3,250 is that first tier. And in order to fall into this tier, you're gonna need to be 100% electric, and you're gonna have to have limited exterior energy. And each one of these bullets is an incentive to build in that bucket, in that tier group. So the first one is the HERS ERI of 50, which we're saying is across the board for all homes in Pickens County minimum. You have to get to this target. No solar. You can't use solar to get to that target. You have to get to that target with how the building sits. And that is the most efficient building that you can, one of the most efficient building envelopes that you can get. So no solar required. And the idea behind not requiring renewable energy in this tier is that the home uses a lot less energy than larger homes. It has an extremely tight thermal envelope, and once the grid is renewable in 2030, Holy Cross has 100% renewable by 2030. The home is essentially net zero ready. It's ready. It's plug in, ready to go. I think it's important to point out that since 2019, we've only built 15 homes in this bucket. So it's pretty important that we start to incentivize folks to build in this bucket.
Got it.
I have two questions. On your chart that you gave us, it doesn't say limited exterior energy use. It says no
Correct.
exterior. So
Yep.
is it limited or is it no exterior?
That's a great point. And these bullets 3 and 4 attempt to, so the idea here is that smaller homes are going to need some sort of heat tape for gutters. In the past, we've exempt 1,000 watts of heat tape. In April, we got rid of that because we're saying, no, exterior energy is exterior energy. But I think,
discussion.
yeah, so like now that we're talking about a smaller home and using a lot less internal energy, they have no pools, no snow melt. We're saying, okay, for this bucket, now we'll exempt a little bit of heat tape. And that fourth bullet has been a bit tumultuous since we had that adoption because folks, they want their prepackaged hot tub to be exempt from REMP. And when we did the April Energy Code adoption, that went away.
What about emergency safety lighting for walkways?
Not part of the REMP program.
But it's still exterior energy use, but we're not including that, or we're allowing them to be safe?
Exterior lighting is not a part of exterior energy
Okay,
consumption.
just want to make sure, just to clarify that. The other question I have, which is maybe a bigger discussion, is if people are gonna go 100% electric, is the infrastructure in place in their neighborhoods, because they might have to have different voltage opportunities rather than what currently there. I'm talking
Amperage.
digging trenches and bringing in more energy.
Yeah, we crossed that bridge with Holy Cross with the electric ready adoption. And they're fully capable of taking on that load. Now, we're
So
talking.
they will put in the infrastructure, will the person, I'm gonna build a little house, Holy Cross will come in and get the lines to my house without me having to pay? I don't wanna encourage people to build a small home, which I want without, and then saying, oh, but by the way, you gotta run a line up your street to get to your house.
They have to do it anyways, Patty, with the electric ready provisions that went in April. They have to,
And they
that
have to
service
endure
has
the
to be
cost
capable.
themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That
in
throws away
April,
everything about
we
building a
said,
small, affordable home.
in April, we said your infrastructure has to be there to be electric ready.
Right.
Your service, the circuitry, everything has to be there except for that heat pump, or whatever equipment,
They choose.
that you need. Yeah. So it has to be there, it has to be ready to go. So we're already saying that infrastructure is, Holy Cross is already saying that, they're capable
They're
with enough
capable of
notice.
supplying, but the person building the house would bear the cost of putting in that infrastructure to be 100%.
Yes,
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
but their
Because-
cost from their gas boiler is gonna go to their heat pump.
Okay, but if I have to trench up my street to my house to put in the capacity to have 100%, that burden is on me.
Yeah,
Who's
and we
building
made
a
that,
2,500 square foot home that's affordable for me to build, but, so if I choose to build it, not be 100% electric, I don't get the incentives, like the permitting fee thing, the other things, the application, faster review, those things. Can I still build a 2,500 square foot house that is not 100% electric?
no, you can, but you're not gonna be considered in tier 1.
Right.
So you're right,
that's
you're
what
not
I'm
gonna
asking.
have the faster review, and you're not gonna have the.
Right, so you lose the
permit fees.
incentives, but
Yeah.
you still might be able to build a house that's affordable for you to build without having to put in the infrastructure to be 100%.
You are going to, even that house is going to have to put in the infrastructure. That service is gonna have to be
Yes,
capable.
that's conflicting, obviously confusing for me, because if people want to build small homes because they can afford to build a small home, and they won't be able to afford to build a small home now.
There may be
and-
incentives that would help them. There may be technological changes, as there always are, so you
Well, they're
can't,
not here now.
well, they're coming, put it that way.
Well, a lot of things are coming.
Well, this offers a reduced permit fee
If
in
you,
exchange for.
does that compensate? I don't know how much
Maybe it will.
trenching, those are questions I have. And I want to incentivize people to build smaller homes that are affordable so they can live here. I just want to make sure we're not asking them to do things that are impossible for them to do.
Yeah, in this tiered category, it is not possible to do. In fact, let's say you have a 2,000 square foot house, you generally have a 200 amp service.
Right.
You would not have to upgrade that service to go from gas to electric.
You could still run your whole house under
typically.
200 amps.
Yeah. You could take your gas boiler out of your house that does your hot water
Right,
and space heating, and you could put in a heat pump, and your
Brings
electric
down that
capacity.
200,
Yes.
so you could.
Well, the capacity that is there would be enough. And the reason is because heat pumps are generally, they have a coefficient of performance, and a lot of these new heat pumps are 3 COP, which is 300%, so more efficient than a 100% efficient
Okay.
boiler, or 3%.
I just want to make sure that we're not putting in requirements that are impossible for people to meet. I mean, I think, and that's a difficult question to put into specific terms, but the broader thing I'm looking at is that
Yeah.
I want people to be able to build a small, efficient home that they can afford.
Yeah.
So they can live here.
That's what we're trying to accomplish with this tier.
And then, and I applaud our goals of meeting this percent, all electric by 2030 or whatever we're gonna end up with, but I just wanna make sure that our lofty goal is still providing for those small homes
Totally.
where people can live
Yeah.
here. That's important for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
mean,
think that train has left the station
Being affordable?
in this
Well,
valley.
then why are we doing anything?
Well, we're trying to improve our energy efficiency.
I'm trying to keep people in the community to live here.
Yeah.
So we could end up with a place like Basalt Vista where their utility bills are so tiny compared to anybody else's because they're basically net zero. They have the solar collectors, they have the heat, the heat pumps, and
Right,
Right.
but they didn't
their
have to pay for
utility
the.
bills are really low.
They didn't have-
That makes it affordable for them, or in another sense besides just the construction.
Yeah.
They did not have to, John, help me, they did not have to pay for the infrastructure at Basalt Vista. We paid,
Yeah, no, I realize
That's
it's a
correct.
so,
subsidized
yeah,
thing.
so,
So if you want to build a home that's affordable, this is the tier for you, because now we're saying you don't have to put solar on the house. You don't have to have battery storage. So all those
Things that
burdensome
you don't have to
costs.
do compensate for what you do have to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. okay.
Question just about the heat tape. Limited heat tape, is that a percentage or is that a amperage? What's the?
In the past, we had done 1,000 watts, which is about 125 linear feet. And that seems to be sufficient enough for a home of this size.
1,000 watts.
So that would be what I would propose in the
code.
code.
I'm just looking back. Heat tape
Thanks.
was invented just about 100 years ago. Constant wattage was about 80 years ago. So before then, we didn't have that, and it seemed like we could get back to that. It's like a 100-year detour with heat tape.
Yeah, and we had that lady killed in the avalanche that came off her roof because she didn't have heat tape.
I don't think
But
that
heat
was the
tape
reason.
is smart now. It wasn't smart 100 years ago.
Heat tape is
Well, that's
not
only in the
to,
last 10 years.
So I
heat
have
tape
a-
is
I
not
have
to
a
prevent an
theoretical-
avalanche off your roof.
Heat tape,
No,
what?
it wasn't. That's
What'd you say?
conflation.
Heat tape is not in the code to prevent an avalanche from a roof.
Right.
I
That
know,
wasn't
but-
the
It's to
issue.
protect
That wasn't the
the-
issue.
We did have
Patty.
that happen here, and who knows?
That's
the
why
part
we
that-
have snow
I was gonna,
fences.
they didn't have snow fences
Yeah.
in houses then, but yeah, it was very tragic.
So I have a theoretical question. At some point in the future, Holy Cross Energy will become 100% renewable electricity.
2030.
So if you have an all-electric home, no matter what the size, in effect, you would be net zero without necessarily having to jump through all the hoops to have a low Hertz rating and different things on your house. It would be better if you did meet all these other.
That's what we're
things.
saying with this tier is you don't have to have solar because we recognize in 2030 the grid's going to be 100% renewable. We just want a really tight thermal envelope on a small building that uses less energy on the inside, uses very little energy on the outside, or no energy on the outside. So that's an option too. We can say all electric, no exterior energy. I mean, that is an option.
So to get the incentives, you have to do build the house tight for
And
the,
tight and small.
and well insulated for the low Hertz rating.
Yep. Everybody from 0 to 9250 has to meet this 50 score. What we're
Right.
saying in this tier, we're taking away that post requirement to bring down that ERI. And we'll talk about that here in the next tier. Any more questions on the
Keep going.
incentivization?
We'll make sure we get through this
Okay.
in a timely manner.
So now let's talk about reducing the post renewable HERS ERI score. So the next tier that was recognized in the CGAC recommendations was from 3251 up to 5750. So this is that middle group. Currently, all homes in Pickens County must achieve a HERS ERI of 30. So you got to get that 60 and then come down to a 30 with solar, right? And the goal is to go from 30 down to 0 by year 2030, 0 being net zero. So there was consensus to lower this post-renewables score from 30 down to 15 at this point.
For new.
For new development, yeah, we're talking strictly new development. And that creates a glide path to the 2030 goal of 0. So we're at 30 now. You have to put solar in your house and get a 30. We're saying now in 2025, you got to put enough solar to get to 15. And then 2030, we're saying you have to put enough solar in the house to get to 0. And that is getting closer to our climate goal. The other 3 bullets on this slide are they already have to be electric ready. This happened in April. We said all homes have to be electric ready. So in this tier, you would be able to install fossil fuel. And to your point, if you have a 2,000 square foot house, want to put gas, you're going to be bumped up to this tier,
too.
and you're going to have to put enough solar to get to ERI of 15.
Right.
Okay. The other thing is grid interactive energy storage would be required. So if you need 10 kilowatts of solar to get from ERI of 50 down to 15, then you have to back up. You have to have battery storage in your house to back up that energy. and it has to be grid interactive, which means Holy Cross can tap into that energy whenever they need to, basically.
I have a question about that. So we have like 9.9 kilowatt solar hours, and Holy Cross has told us that's not, batteries are not reasonable at that small amount of kilowatt hours. And so it's like
Kilowatt hours or the size of the array? Because it,
kilowatt hours. I think it's
that's-
kilowatt hours.
um,
No,
Raised in
I don't know,
kilowatts.
what is it?
Kilowatts is the array.
the array output would just be kilowatts, not in kilowatt
Okay,
hours.
kilowatts. So anyway, and so they've told us that that amount of solar doesn't warrant really storage because you're not gonna have any excess, given that we have two houses that are.
That's
facing.
not what they're telling me.
How interesting.
Yeah.
Let's clarify that.
All right, I'll call them up again. Again.
They're telling me that they do not want solar on the grid if it is not backed up
With batteries.
with batteries.
Yeah, well, that's what they say, but then when you actually look at how much a battery stores, 9.9 or 10 is, they're saying like 50 or something makes it worthwhile to have storage.
Yeah, that's not what they're telling me.
All right, I'll call them. It's very-
Maybe for you, yeah, I'm not sure what they're telling you,
We
but
should clarify.
It's I mean, are we gonna have any houses in Aspen that only use 10? No.
as we get closer to our 2030 goal of zero, that house, any house, is going to need more solar to offset to get to that. So that
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
10 isn't gonna cover anybody's usage. They're gonna be using the 10 kilowatts and buying from Holy Cross at the same time if they only have 10 kilowatts. That's my experience with Holy Cross.
Okay.
And, you know, like, we have 9.9 and we still have to buy from Holy Cross. So,
For
I
two
don't know.
houses.
we do, we have two houses.
Okay,
But
well,
still, they're
that's not
small.
much per
My
house.
two houses together is nothing like what's built up here.
Yeah, so right now, if you have a PV system in Pickens County that's from 0 to 10 kilowatts, you're exempt from battery storage. If
So
you're
the-
over,
So it's at 10. you're saying.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
anything over 10 kilowatts, you have to have battery storage.
Yeah, okay.
And you have to
That's pretty
back
much what I
up.
was saying, because we have 9.9.
Well, that's our current code.
Yeah,
But they
Um,
would
not
have to
Holy
change
Cross.
it.
And you have to back up 25% of the daily output. What we're proposing is that any PV system that goes in Pickens County now has to have energy storage. And the amount Holy Cross has not really been super helpful on the amount because it depends on the situation. But they are telling me that they do not want PV systems attached to the
Right.
grid if it is
Yeah,
not
I
backed up.
understand that. So having our thing at 10, 9.9 is where you can get financing that doesn't have to be backed up with anything. You just get collateralized financing. If you go over 9.9, then you have to. So for people, normal people in the county, 9.9 is kind of like where they go because they can get the financing.
Yeah, and then also, in Pickens County, you don't have to put battery storage.
That's right.
So what we're looking at is that lower tier for folks that don't want those extra costs. You don't have to put solar. But
For a
if-
while, until when? Did you say it's gonna go for everybody soon? No matter what your amount is?
Yeah.
Or
That's
is
what
it
we're
gonna stay
proposing.
below 10?
As far as you're talking about battery storage, that is up for discussion. We have thought about so we don't know exactly the exact amount that needs to be on every PV array. But Holy Cross has incentive programs for the Power Plus program for the Tesla Powerwall, for example. And that's 13.5 kilowatt hours. So we're thinking 13.5 kilowatt hours minimum, one Tesla Powerwall for any PV system. And then it's grid interactive, and you also can use that storage during peak hours. Use that during peak hours, or you back up 35% of your daily output. So we're at 25% now. We're talking about moving up to 35%, and because the math works out, any system from 0 to 10 kilowatts you'd have to have 1 Tesla Powerwall. Once you get over 10 kilowatts, you're looking at having to install an additional Tesla Powerwall. So that's the idea behind the math with the battery storage.
Good to know. When I tried to get, I looked at battery storage, and they insisted that I had to put in 5 Powerwalls, and I only have a 6.7 kilowatt
Yeah,
array.
that's
And
overkill.
it was so expensive, I couldn't even
The whole thing
contemplate
is
it.
so expensive, it's like,
Well, presently it is, just, here's an interesting,
Technology will change that.
even
tidbit.
with power, even with the plus thing at Holy Cross.
Battery costs have declined more than 90% in about a decade, with an anticipated 40% additional decrease by 2030. So the cost of the batteries is coming down, which makes the calculus work better for having storage.
And I don't have the exact numbers, but it's close to free with Holy Cross. Do you know the numbers?
No, you have to pay on it for your bill for a long time. It's not free.
For the battery storage? Yeah. I can bring back those numbers if
It'd be
you'd
nice to
like.
get to
Yeah,
the bottom
how
of that.
much is just, how much, I don't know, cause I don't, do solar. How much is just your normal, regular, whatever, minimum battery storage? How much does that cost somebody? You have any
Thousands.
guesstimates?
I can pull up what.
Just for
yeah.
further.
I can
just
I can
so
bring
won't
that
run
back.
enough people say I can't afford it. Well, it only costs you this much, or I know because it's costing you this much. Just so I have that.
Again, smaller homes aren't having to do this. So now we're looking
I'm
at
saying
this middle tier of homes that is installing gas, and we're saying you need to offset that fossil fuel consumption.
Yeah, but if I want to put in a gas line because I like to cook with gas, then I have to go to tier 2. So I have to do the battery storage. Yeah.
Correct.
So, and then another question, just for further answer, because I don't think we have time today. Where do those batteries go when you're done? What happens to them?
Can be recycled.
I know modern technology, but where are they going today? I mean, where are they, because you can already use
Those
recycled.
batteries get recycled.
But you can already use recycled batteries for battery storage, can't you? So then you can recycle after you've already used a recycled battery or something. I need more from, because
There's
that's a
lot of
concern to me, is
information out there.
batteries.
There's a lot of information out there. We need to keep moving.
I have questions, so I want answered before
Okay,
I
but-
can move on this, or I'm not gonna move.
I
Well,
don't
those are
know.
deep, deep questions.
I don't know where how the batteries are recycled, but
I would just like some information before.
okay. So this is a bit of a summary of what we've just talked about. So tier 1 up to 3250, all electric, limited exterior energy, or no exterior energy, however you guys want to direct me in that.
Okay, so that's different than the packet information where it says no.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
that's
there might
okay.
be an asterisk there.
No, that's on the one below it.
Okay.
No, I'm good,
Okay. Yeah. So it could go either way. No exterior energy consumption with an exemption for
Got it.
a small amount of heat tape or a prepackaged hot tub. And then tier 1 is the incentivized development. But if you're installing fossil fuel, you must go to this tier 2. And that's where you have to meet your HERS ERI of 50/15. That means that you're going to have to install solar to get to 15. The home's electric ready, so you're installing that gas. You are allowed to install up to 200 million BTUs exterior energy, which is what we require now. And then we've talked about the energy storage required too.
If someone's building a house and they look at this chart, and they want to build a 3,500 square foot house, say, and they look at this chart, they're going to say, oh, I have to put in 200 million BTUs of exterior energy budget.
No.
I know you don't have to, but that's what they're going to think when they see that.
This is just for
like an
you. This is not the
incentive
this is not the code. This is just for you.
Yeah,
So.
and I realize that, but that's what some people will think. That's what you have, that's the goal, to get up to 200.
No.
When your goal should be to go to zero, as
Yeah.
close to zero as
Oh,
possible.
that
We'll
they
put
would
that at
have
the
to
top of
use
the page.
200.
Your goal is to go to zero.
So we need some other incentive if they have closer to zero, a little bit bigger house, but they're zero exterior energies. what's the incentive we're gonna give them to do that? It seems like we should have some sort of incentive.
Good.
So
For-
that's something to
for-
think about
For a larger home to,
with zero exterior energy budget. Should get
Interesting.
some sort of incentive.
Yeah, maybe there'd be something
what
there.
kind of
And
incentive?
I don't know what it is,
But
but
You have to
something
come up with
think
that.
about.
Don't ask us to come up with it. We'll be
Ice
here all
cream
day.
every Sunday.
Ice
It's
cream
what you can
delivery.
think about for the next
free
year
ARC
and lose
pass.
sleep over.
Okay.
Good
Free
idea.
plane tickets, right, okay.
So I guess incentives for larger homes that have zero exterior energy and all electric, or just zero exterior energy? Do we want to incentivize larger homes?
I have a question about that zero exterior energy. So part of our building code requires us to have outside lighting by every door.
Not a part of the RIMP.
Okay, just making sure that we're
That's
not
what I asked.
going
Yeah.
against our own code. Or
Yep.
What about walkway lights?
Nope.
Nope.
It's only 7 things.
Okay, what are they? I'm
Snow
sorry, I
melt.
forgot.
Let's see if I can remember them all. Snow melt, pools, spas, exterior heaters, gas and electric, fire pits.
Fire pits? Oh, gas and electric fire pits. Okay.
Heat
Heat
tape.
tape, that's 6, is that what it
At
was?
6, you got one more to go.
Gas fireplace and electric fire pits.
Not walkway lighting. I can pull
Outdoor
that up.
It's
television.
okay, no, you don't need to,
Let's
it's fine.
I want to know now. I'm
Outdoor
dying.
TV.
Hold on, I got it right
What
here.
about my chicken light, things like that? No
So
lights?
outdoor gas fireplace and fire pits, outdoor electric heaters, heat tape, pools, spas, heat mats,
Heat
snow
mats.
melt. I forgot the heat mats.
Heat mats, right. Cursed
How do you
heat
keep your
mats.
feet warm if you don't have a heat mat?
You get electric slippers.
Okay.
Stay
Okay.
inside.
With battery power,
Is there
with
more?
battery storage?
Okay. keep
Yeah,
us
we can keep
moving.
going here. So, talked about tier 1 and tier 2. Now I need feedback from you all on tier 3. This is homes that are large, above 5750. So, the recommendations outlined in the previous slides were agreed upon by all the participants at the focus group meeting on September 18th. And since that meeting, there have been new developments at the state level that further support this direction. Starting July 1st, 2026, all jurisdictions updating their codes at a minimum must adopt the state's model low energy and carbon code. The state of Colorado is considering amending this code to impose stricter requirements on homes exceeding 5,000 square feet. This amendment would mandate a HERS ERI of 42 prior to the installation of renewable energy, followed by an ERI of 0 after the installation of renewable energy, effectively requiring homes over 5,000 square feet to achieve net zero energy by 2026.
Wow.
Additionally, the CGAC's final report recommends implementing stricter requirements for larger homes. So if you look at this, this chart here, option 1 is what this state is mandating, or I'm sorry, this is a recommendation. This is not in the code now, but they're recommending that it is amended into the code
We
by
are or the state is?
the state is. So much like the electric ready code that we just adopted, in 2026, we have to adopt this code, and this is possibly going to be in there. So they're saying homes over this option 1, they're saying that homes over 5,000 square feet have to meet an ERI of 42, and then they have to put solar on their house and get to a net zero. That's very, very difficult to do. And
Yeah, is there any redundancy? What if there's a power failure? And they're all electric?
this is not all electric, this proposition.
How could it be not all electric if they're at a HERS of 0?
You can still have HERS 0 with gas because you're producing more energy on site than you're using.
So you could still have a resilient gas boiler or something like that for power outages or something and still reach 0?
In this case, yes.
Okay, thanks.
So option 2 is, again, 50 across the board, all homes in Pickens County. But we're holding homes over 5750 more accountable for their energy consumption. and we're saying instead of that 15, that in tier 2, you have to put more solar in your house to get to 0 now. This is the goal. This option 2 is the goal in my mind for 2030. Option 3 is essentially tier 2, what we've discussed. So
This is all new construction, everything you're talking about. is all new
We'll get into
Yeah, do the
existing
other
buildings.
stuff next.
Yeah. So straw poll for you guys. Option 1, 2, or 3. Option 1 is the most progressive option, which is what we're probably going to have to do in 2026 or shortly thereafter. Option 2 is a little bit holding buildings, large buildings, more accountable than tier 2. Or you can say option 3, tier 2 and tier 3 are the same.
Kelly.
What was the recommendation of the focus group?
At the focus group, we talked about option 3. So I'm not even kidding. The next day, CEO, Colorado Energy Office had the meeting talking about imposing stricter requirements on 5,000 and up. I'm like, oh, well, that would have been nice the day before. So yeah, option 3 was only discussed at the stakeholder engagement. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but 2026, the state's thinking about this. We know how the state thinks about things. I'd rather stay with something we know now, like with what the group went with, option 3, because we've got 2 years, well, a full year, to see what the state does if they do it by 2026. Because I don't want to do something that then the state goes, oh, we were thinking we have this standard over here. Not that we'd go down a level, but why don't we just try to keep something consistent now as we're moving up?
Yes.
I think it makes
The
more sense.
other thing to think about is the CJC recommendations. They are saying to hold 57 and 50 above to more strict requirements. So if we're holding 3251 to 5750 to a requirement and we're doing it the same in tier 3, we're not meeting their recommendation.
We're not incentivizing them to go smaller.
Well, we still don't know quite sure what we're going to do with house size because ours is probably going to change too in the next year or so. And I think the house size that we adopted now, we kind of did, this is the first step. We're going to, so I don't know. I just think as we're doing this, it'd be nice to do, I know we have a climate emergency and all of that, and I totally understand, but I think sometimes it's better to go a little slower to get there faster.
And this is only energy consumption right now. That doesn't have anything to do with embedded carbon in the building materials. That's a whole different category to
Whole
be
different
discussed
topic
at a
that,
future time.
yep, we're talking about the built environment.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's gonna come with the 2050 vision work group later on.
It's kind of, there's sort of a catch-22 here, though, because we're asking people to incorporate as much solar as possible, but then Holy Cross says, well, we don't really need any more solar. What we need is the control of usage times and the flow of energy in the system. So how are we going to balance this with Holy Cross?
This solar that they're putting on to go from 50 or whatever one of these numbers you pick to 0 or 15 is gonna be backed up. So it's gonna,
Yeah, I get that. It'll have storage. I get that. And Holy Cross will have access to it. And it's just sort of a double message coming right now that's just a little.
we're asking larger homes to offset your energy consumption on site, and that was a CGAC
It's great.
recommendation.
I'm not complaining about the fact that you're doing that. I don't mean to be, sorry.
Steve, go ahead.
So I would rather have the homes over 5750 be held to a higher standard, which would mean not do option 3, but at least do option 2. So one thought I had was if somebody did ground heat assisted or some sort of geothermal or some sort of small hydro, which on some properties they could do that, that would be a way they could achieve the 0 number maybe more easily than just doing all solar collectors.
100%. Yeah, ground source heat pump has a higher in the algorithm of it accounts, it brings the score down more easily than other options.
So that would be another option for somebody, maybe they're not even in a good place for solar orientation, but they
Yeah.
could do a ground heat pump system and achieve the same thing,
Absolutely.
you know.
It sounds like what I'm hearing is that we'd like to make the larger houses have a more stringent rule to incentivize smaller houses. So that seems baked in. So it's a choice between 1 and 2. My question then is, correct me if I'm wrong, is how I'm perceiving this. The question I would have then is, what's going to be the easiest thing to achieve? Because I'm concerned, I have to make sure that my friend who's building her house, contracting it herself, can actually hit this goal. And I don't even know if her house is big. It's got to be smaller than these, but you know, she's aiming for the stars, but she says it's getting really difficult. And so I'm hoping that maybe it's option 2 because that's actually more achievable.
So the difference between option 1 and option 2, option 1, you have to get to 42. And once you get below 50, you're messing with the architecture of the home. You're saying you can't have all glass windows on the south face of the house. You're going to have to build it differently. 50 is across the board what everyone is going to have to achieve anyways. So the difference between option 1 and 2 post renewables, well, they're the same, but the difference between 2 and 3 is you're installing more PV to get down to 0. So I think the hardship is going to be homes of this size typically like to install a lot of exterior energy, but they're not going to be able to do that. They're going to have to trade off that exterior energy because they're going to have to get to 0 first with that solar, right? So you put let's say you need 50 kilowatts to get to 0 for this large house. You can't use that 50 kilowatts to offset this exterior energy anymore. So now the roof of your house is full and you can't put any snow melt and pools in over here because you have to get down to 0. So we're holding those houses more accountable for their overall site energy
I
consumption.
didn't really get that. So what you're saying is, let's say they've got a 50 kilowatt system. They're not allowed to count any of that towards their outside use?
So you have to meet your HERS 50,
Yeah.
right? And then let's say you need 50 kilowatts to get to 0, to the 0.
Get the house to 0.
To 0. That's the internal energy use. So now the house is essentially net 0. We'll talk about internal amenities at a later date. But that house is essentially net 0 energy, not counting snow melt, pools, spas, all of that.
But if they had enough solar, then they could go to the 200 million, billion, whatever the number is.
I'm not following.
If they had a
If they had
solar
more
field on their
solar, if
property.
they had enough solar to cover all their energy use inside and outside, then are they allowed to have some outside energy use?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Let's say you can put 60 on your house, 60 kilowatts, and you put 50 to go to 0, then you would have the 10 kilowatts
Right.
to use for your
Okay,
exterior
yeah, I
energy.
get that. I have one question about this chart. So does that mean 42 for now and then 0 later? Is that what those
These is pre-renewable energy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember
Post,
that now. Thank
yeah.
you, remember.
42 before you add anything
Yeah.
about it.
Mhm.
Sorry, I could have put that in
I
there.
guess what I.
No, it's fine. I
I'm-
saw it earlier.
So what's your recommendation? I'd rather, you know, we can just go pick and choose, but it'd be like, might as well do it blindfolded.
So if we're gonna need to do it in 2026, we adopt codes on a 6-year cycle. We adopted the 2021 in January of 23, I believe. The 27 code will be our next code, and that will be probably around 2028 that we would need to adopt that. So if we adopt the 2027 IECC in 2028, we're going to have to meet option 1. If these recommendations from CEO get amended into the model carbon code.
We don't know if that'll happen.
We
for
don't
sure.
know for sure, but it sounded like that was the direction the straw poll took for the CEO board.
But if we were
So-
to amend the code in 27 for 28, we would know better what the state's gonna do and we could adopt it at that time when we move forward.
Agreed.
I would go for option one, because why build a house bigger than 5,750 square feet? So I'd go for the strictest.
This is a lady who speaks about private property rights.
Yeah, that's where it gets interesting.
I don't remember you coming down
you
on
have
that when
all
we
the-
had a house size conversation.
You have all the freedom you want until you
Until
interfere
you-
with somebody else, so.
It's also important to note option 2 is what Boulder County has been doing since 2016.
I did absolutely
So that's
run last time on smaller house sizes, just so you know.
And you got it. Bravo.
Okay, back to Jeff. Jeff has the floor.
yeah.
So
I'm
50
not
is
gonna
what
support
Boulder's
option
doing.
1 until we know what the state's gonna do.
Well, you're 1 in 5.
Yeah.
I am a very strong 1 in 5.
Just 1 in 5, 20%.
That's that's why I suggested option 2. Wait till the state actually does the option 1 requirement, and then maybe it's 3 years from now. In 3 years' time, Picken County could adopt that.
Yeah.
But I think for now, option 2, to me, is the best one.
Would that be less onerous on people trying to build a house?
Yeah, they're going to have to do 50 anyways. They're just having to install more solar to get to 0 with option 2. And like I said, Boulder County's been doing option 2 for houses over 5,000 square feet since 2016, right? 2016.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
So, which is amazing.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's working. So are they revising down? Are they going down to 42? What are they doing?
They probably wrote the energy office code.
The CBO is actually
But they're
part
gonna
of
fight
the CBO is a part of the Colorado Energy Office Board. So he was a part of that
Got it.
discussion.
Uh-huh.
Option 3 would not meet CGAC recommendations because you're not holding this higher tier more accountable than tier 2.
Right.
Kelly,
I'm okay to move with interest on option 1. I'm a little concerned about process, given, we've had a lot of process related to building energy code updates and other things. And it doesn't sound like this has been part of that dialogue in this recent, so you're gonna have to come back to us with formal action items on this. And I guess I would wanna get input on, like, the board is willing to go with option 1, but we want your feedback for them before they finalize that decision.
Good idea.
which includes public input and hopefully
Yeah, I
real
mean,
world
I just-
experience and all that.
So that would be
For option 1 or 2.
1.
One.
I like 2.
So we've got a 2. Steve, where are you?
I'm on 2.
We've got 2
There's
2s,
another-
2 1s. What do you have, Francie? You're the deal breaker.
There's
Francie's
another
on one.
variable out there.
That's
I
just
won't
gonna keep
pass any of
happening
it
to you
without 2,
today.
so.
I thought you were the deal breaker. We heard from her first.
Oh.
If a larger home is all electric, I mean, people have to quit burning fossil fuels, period. We got people, their homes are washed away in North Carolina because of a really strong hurricane, which is probably driven by the world heating up more.
It's driven by me cooking
So
with
whatever
gas.
we can do to eliminate the use of fossil fuels as much as possible. So a 5750 house that goes all electric should get an incentive if they aren't using any natural gas.
Maybe-
Somehow, if that could be an incentive for a carrot or stick kind of a thing, however we're accomplishing that.
Okay. Incentives for larger homes to go all electric or
Versus
or-
using some fossil fuels.
Okay.
Yeah.
maybe let's look at this next slide because it kind of is getting at what you're talking about. So recognizing that Holy Cross's grid will be 100% renewable by 2030, prioritizing the electrification of buildings is essential to achieving the county's goal of net zero. Given that larger homes over 5750 consume significantly more energy, is it reasonable to allow larger homes the option to install fossil fuel systems? In other words, should homes exceeding 5,750 square feet be required to be electric ready or 100% electric? So we can't just across the board say you have to go all electric for all homes in Picken County because of the federal preemption. And this kind of navigates that. This is saying you have this tier 1, 100% electric, 0 to 3,250, 100% electric. 5750 and above, let's say we did say all electric, you would still be able to install gas, but you'd have to have a smaller home. You'd have to be in this 3250 to 5750 category. So, do larger homes need to be held to a stricter standard and be all electric? And one of those options, option 1 or option 2.
Yes. Francie?
Well, I'm just wondering, if we have, for the smaller homes that can have some gas, I'm not quite sure why they can compared to larger homes, but, do we have the technology right now to do this? Because in this valley, we've had a really hard time finding people who can install, it's getting better, but when I just did my new boiler, which was a year and a half ago, I could not find anybody to do heat pumps. And they're still saying that we have to have redundancy below 5 degrees or whatever that for heat pumps. And so I'm just wondering, do we have the technology to back this up in this valley with contractors and everything?
Absolutely, and I think it would be up to someone building a 5750 square foot house to figure out how to make it all electric. That's the standard that we're holding them to.
Well, I know, I get that. I'm just wondering whether it's backed up by contractors who can actually make it happen.
And maintain
And
it.
at this point, I don't think it is.
They're not using local contractors, they're flying somebody
sure
in
that's
from
Flying them in,
California
what
or
if we don't have
somewhere.
an airport to fly them in?
Have you ever heard the saying,
Okay,
if you
I'd
build
say-
it, they will come?
Greg,
I suggest we set this as a goal, an ambitious goal, and we'll have to tweak it as necessary, but let's go for it.
Can I,
Patty.
just a quick question, and it's my understanding we do have electric redundancy, but if we have X amount of homes that are all electric, we tend not to have this many natural gas failures. We had the active terrorism one that was pretty significant when that went out. Wonder if we have more electric. We just had one the other day. I came home, all my clocks were flashing. So how do we keep people warm?
That was my question before.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
They have the big battery system and their power goes out and holy cross.
Big battery, it's 9.9 or,
Well, no, it has a certain number of hours, you know,
yeah.
of resiliency attached to it. But with the smaller homes, you know, I think they'd be in more risk because they wouldn't have such a robust battery backup.
I mean, really,
just
until
ask-
there's microgrid kind of backups on the smaller homes in this case, or sufficient battery backup, that's an issue. That's the same issue we were dealing
I'm
with
thinking
the
about
library.
public safety, life safety, just forgive me for
Yeah,
asking
and-
that, but I'm concerned.
So my house is 2,700 square feet about. We have a wood stove. The power's been out for 3 days at a time. And we get along just fine,
Because you have a wood stove.
because we
If-
have a wood stove.
I gotta chime in here. If you have gas, and you lose power, you don't have gas.
That's right.
Okay.
Just
That's
want
right.
to point that out.
Your system can't operate.
Because you need
And neither can your light.
electric, but not true if you have a gas fireplace. I mean, there's,
Yeah. We're talking about natural gas.
that's, yeah. So,
Well, even with propane, whatever, if your electricity goes out, so does your boiler.
Yeah. So it would change necessarily our emergency response protocols to that, and what type of materials we would probably be bringing in, more propane and
because you
kind
know
of
when
gas
those things
heater.
happen, it's usually not on a nice summer day. It's usually in the dead of
No,
winter.
it's usually the worst day of the year. Yeah.
Just to remind us that we do have
I
public
mean,
safety.
we're doing the best thing we can with the microgrid, but, I mean, if you lose power and your house is all electric, you're screwed, no matter what. I mean, when we lose power, we can't even run our water. We don't have water, you know? Your faucet doesn't work. And, so, it's an
If
issue.
you lose power and your gas, you're screwed too.
Okay, what do you need from us?
Well, we haven't got to additions and alterations yet.
Yeah, I guess the consensus from you guys is option 2, but you would like
I think, no, we
They
had
went
3
with
in favor of
option one, I
option
didn't.
1.
Three
We
of
don't have
them wanted one.
consensus,
We
but
don't
we
have
have
consensus.
direction.
Okay.
3 to 2.
Have direction. Then if I could just clarify, because Kelly, I think you were also asking for direction, but I wanted to make sure as board direction to have additional public input or process
On one.
around that, what the board's 3 to 2 direction is
Sure,
right
it would
now.
be great to have a project we could watch, that's underway that could do the R&D here and help us demonstrate that it's
It
possible.
would take 5 years for that project to get
Get the
through
permit.
permitting, so. I'm just being
Okay,
very
so we've
sarcastic.
decided on
Francie
one.
agree with what I've asked Jeff as far as more
More
check-in
public input,
before we
yeah.
have a decision
I agree with
before us?
that.
I just wanted to follow up on that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Do we want to do that on another work session, I guess? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, getting to existing buildings. First, we'll look at additions of 1,000 square feet or larger. Currently, we have no additional requirements for large additions. We're proposing that we require a pre-construction HERS energy rating assessment to evaluate the as-built status of the home. And then after construction, the HERS rater would have to come back and do another energy rating assessment to ensure the home with the addition doesn't perform worse than it did before. This would help document the improvements and guide homeowners in planning future upgrades to enhance the existing building. So it would be nice to know how much energy does this home use annually as it sits, when they come in for permit. Then they do their very large addition, 1,000 square feet or more, and they're having to come back and do another assessment at the end of the project to see what the HERS rating is.
I don't have a problem with
I
that.
think it sounds good. Is it an expensive thing to do? How expensive is that? Is it
Um,
a significant cost?
I can bring that back too in the next work
Yeah,
session
good
if you like.
question.
Francie and then Steve?
All of our we have a number of HERS raters throughout the valley
Okay.
that do all the HERS ratings on all the new homes.
Thank you.
So they would do the same thing for existing buildings.
So if their original house has a HERS of like 80, they don't have to make any changes to that. They just can't make it worse with their addition?
Yep.
That's pretty lenient for 1,000 extra square feet.
Yeah, but I
Does
have
it matter if they start out at 1,500 square feet and they're only going to 2,500, or
That was
So
just for
their
bigger projects?
their addition, they're building to the 2021 the current energy code standards. So they're putting really good insulation, really good windows in the addition. We're just asking, we want to understand what the existing building stock looks like
Yeah,
from an energy use perspective.
yeah, I get that.
If we want to try to look at raising that score a certain percentage, I can look into that further maybe.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on what percent of the original structure the addition is. That's gonna have a major impact on it. If they've got a small house to start with and they're adding 1,000 square feet, and the 1,000 square feet has a HERS rating of 42, then they're gonna have a larger percentage change on their overall HERS rating than if they have a 6,000 square foot house and they're going to 7,000, you know what I'm saying? So,
That's
I think a percentage might be the way to look at it.
A percentage of improvement. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. It's a little bit mathematically complicated, but you can do it.
You're the math
Well, it
person.
sounds like it's, I'm sorry.
When we
Steve
built
and then
this
Kelly, sorry.
addition to the county building, and John, correct me if my memory's wrong, but I believe that the total energy consumption of the two parts together is less than what that part used to be, isn't that right?
That's correct. That is because the old building was really bad, though, to be honest.
You could see light through some
Yeah, yeah.
places.
And everybody has
things like
space
that.
heaters because their feet were
Yeah.
frozen.
Yeah.
But we tightened up the envelope quite a bit.
But maybe we should make a higher standard for remodels. To
We're
have
talking
the-
about additions
Have
here.
the
but yeah.
addition, the whole building use less energy, have that be the goal.
This isn't
That's
a
kinda what
remodel, this is
Yeah,
an
that's what I
Francie's
addition.
saying, yeah.
Yeah. But that's, so this is for an addition where I believe the rest is not getting remodeled, and you
Correct,
have a
yeah.
separate recommendation around remodels,
Yes.
is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very
Maybe
sim-
there's
it's very-
something else I haven't seen yet.
It's very, very similar to this. But yeah, this is talking about this room only, if it's 1,000 square feet or larger, and not touching anything else in the house. But the HERS rater would still come in and say, this is the existing house and how it sits. This is what the energy consumption is. Here's what you can do as a homeowner to improve that score. We're not asking for a higher, well, I haven't until I heard it today, of a change in score. We just don't want the addition to make the house worse than it was before.
I think it'll make it better, bottom line, at the end of the day, but.
Okay.
I think it has to make it better.
So extensive alterations is pretty much the same thing. 1,000 square feet and larger, we would we consider an extensive alteration, and we'd have to have this HERS rating assessment up front. You do your remodel. The HERS rater comes back and says this is how much better the house is. So the only difference here is that last bullet. We've seen a lot of folks keeping a couple walls in a house and calling it a remodel. We're talking 15,000 square foot houses that I've gone to out on site and I'm blown away. They've kept a couple, foundation walls and called it a remodel. So what we're proposing is any remodel that gets above 75% of the thermal envelope, they're going to be held to these new development requirements. So,
As a new structure would be.
yep.
Yeah, that's good.
So,
I have a question too.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So alteration is the word you're using for remodel.
yeah.
Okay,
That's the
I'm
code.
like,
That's the code language.
Alteration to me is hemming my pants. So, not remodeling.
Yeah. Alteration and remodel are, in my mind, interchangeable, but the
Okay,
code
thank you.
uses alteration. Yeah.
I really wanted my pants.
You're talking about doing a
down.
HERS rating on the original structure, and then after they do their alteration or their addition, doing another HERS rating. But don't they have to show on paper that the projected HERS rating with the new project, rather than just hoping it comes out okay?
Yes, they would have to show how the house sits and then what the projected score is with the remodel.
So you're not waiting until you get the second score to, you're gonna have codes that make them do certain things with the goal of this HERS rating,
Yes.
not just.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the HERS rating or the assessment in these cases for existing buildings is just to understand what the energy consumption is and to provide a list of improvements to the homeowner.
Right, but you're talking about doing one again after they've added the addition.
Yeah, we want to know how it is at the end. Yeah.
Whole structure.
Right, and I'm saying that hopefully you'll know before they start the addition where they're gonna end up.
Yes.
Okay.
We should a projected,
Yeah,
but
okay.
Wants data.
Okay.
okay. Next slide, please. So to summarize what we just discussed, talked about the going from a 60 down to a 50 for the initial HERS energy rating index score. I think I heard that we're good to go on that one. Incentivizing smaller development, I believe we were good on that one. Reducing post-renewable HERS energy rating index score, that was the tier 2, and I think we're good on that one as well. And the main one was we were looking for direction on was homes exceeding 5750, and I think we have direction on that.
What do you see the direction as? Just checking to make sure. we're on the same page.
So we want feedback from the design build community on option 1, which is the model carbon code.
Okay,
I believe that's what
Yeah.
the direction was.
3 to 2.
just checking, because we're not always the best communicators in terms of giving direction, so.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
I blame the chair.
Yeah, you can blame me.
We want to know if the construction community thinks that that is achievable now, or if we want to wait till 2026, 27, whatever.
I don't think we want to wait, but I want to find out what it's going to take to get there.
We're gonna have, if this goes through with the Energy Office, the code that we're going to be mandated to adopt in July of 2026, if that happens, we're gonna have to meet the 42.0. We're just asking, do we want to be proactive and do this in 2025?
Hoping that the
Yes, that's
state
what,
does
that's
it,
what I
which
was
they may or may
thinking,
not
tier
do.
one.
Yeah.
Tier 1, or
don't
not
know.
tier 1, option 1.
Option one, thank you.
So we might be able to consult with Boulder about if they're making this same conversion and how are what construction techniques are they doing differently to get to the tier 1 from tier 2?
They're not doing tier 1. They're doing, or I'm sorry, they're not doing option 1. They're doing option 2, 50-0. But yeah, I can look into that as well.
Yeah, maybe some of them are anticipating they have to go to option 1 and starting to change their construction techniques. So,
Like Boulder, they might be
It gives
waiting
them
to see
a
if the
heads
state does anything.
okay, what else do you need from us?
That is all I have.
Thank you.
So I
We need
have
to
a-
keep moving.
I have a question
go
though.
ahead.
So we'll bring it back for more open discussion. Then will first reading still be on the 23rd of this month?
I think we will have to tie, if there's additional ask for public comment, we may need to push that back
I
a
think
little
we
bit.
should plan on
Yeah.
pushing
Doesn't
it
give us
back a
much
bit.
time.
And
We have
we'll
pretty
work at
full
the staff
agendas.
level.
Just so everybody understands that.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks,
That would
Greg.
be
It is
great, thank you.
unfortunate that happened the day after your meeting, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. That was brain
Cheers, thank
damage,
you.
but
Thanks,
I think
guys.
it was
that was
good.
good, fun
But we had fun.
Greg, I'm concerned about us being able to get through everything.
Yes, thank you for sharing that now. Okay, so we're 15 minutes behind. We're gonna fly through this next one with Carly.
We have a huge discussion about benefits on open discussion.
Benefits.
Well, we'll try to be quick for you all.
Thank you. You're not Carly.
Carly's online,
Oh, there she is.
and Gary and Liza are also here from our department.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry we're behind schedule, and I'm getting pressured by fellow board members to speed up.
I'm not pressuring you. We got a lot to do.
Okay, we're gonna speed up. That's a good
Do what
reason.
you're doing.
Okay. It looks like a Mayan, some sort of ancient sculpture pattern. Go ahead.
On that note, we should just get started.
Yes, please begin. Gary.
So, instead of it's a Mayan, it's a former Ute
There you go.
area with the Smuggler Mountain. I thought this was a cool view from Aspen to kind of give you the overview. So I'm Gary Tenenbaum, Director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails, and we're here today to give the BoCC an update quickly.
Oh, shoot, that's a
Open
great
Space
map.
Management Plan update. And so, the management plan originally was done back in 2008. And, Smuggler's been relatively quiet lately, and, but it wasn't always so. I mean, back in the early 2000s, back in the 90s, everyone who's here knows that the prior owner, Wilk Wilkinson, potentially was trying to develop significant amount of houses up here. And, this is one of the big reasons why the Open Space and Trails program was created, was to protect this mountain. And it took till 2007 to really be able to do it. And we did it, and then we thought we were all good for a while, and then the beetles showed up. We had beetle mania for a while. Helicopters flying over Aspen and removing beetles, and since that time it's been relatively quiet. People love this place. Smuggler is one of our heaviest use areas in the entire county, and so today we are updating the plan. It's been a long time since we've updated it. We have a great partner in the city of Aspen and also AVLT. And, today we've had a lot of success. We've done a lot of work up there. We've built a lot of trails. We have done a ton of forestry and vegetation work up there. It's pretty impressive how all of that work has significantly showed some pretty cool stuff, because we've taken a pretty lodgepole centric and declining aspen stands and turned it into something much different. And so overall, the reason why in the end the BoCC is the final approver of this plan is because of Smuggler Mountain Road. Smuggler Mountain Road is obviously a county road with a ton of recreational use. This is one of the areas in the county where we allow dogs off leash, and that was a change to the regulations of open space, so the BoCC needed to be the final adopter of the plan. So when we do amendments with plans that are adopted by the BoCC, we just do it through the BoCC process. So the Open Space Board will look at it. They will send a recommendation of approval, and then Carly will go over the public process. But that's why we're here today, just to give you a quick update, get your initial feedback, and then we'll be back for you guys to adopt it in December. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carly.
Thanks, Gary. We're going to use the actual PDF of the draft plan today to talk with you all about the updates. This is viewable, obviously, in your packet, but the public can also see it on the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Department webpage in our current projects. So this page here, I just wanted to highlight. It draws attention to some of those accomplishments that Gary mentioned. I think one notable thing to say here is that the trail development that occurred since the property was acquired happened largely within this potential recreation area, which is in the dotted line. And then this locates some of those forest health projects. And then also, we've had over 50 volunteer work days with Roaring Fork outdoor volunteers and other crews out here since the 2006 plan. So there's a number of other things to look at in here, and hopefully you'll flip through the plan with us. This page talks about some of those use numbers that Gary mentioned. So over the last 12 years since we have installed cameras, traffic counters, we have totaled about 101,000 average users annually at Smuggler Mountain Open Space. That counter that tracks that is located at the platform. Over on the Hunter Creek side, we see significantly lower use numbers. So there's a traffic trail use counter down there, and that counts about 33,000 users annually. But another interesting thing to note is that the use that we see at Smuggler is pretty consistent throughout the year. So in this graph, you can see that our winter average in those months of January, February, March, April, and then on the other end, November and December, we see about 7,300 users. And then in those summer months, we're at about 9,500. So it's really important, I think, to look at the seasonal breakdown of the use patterns that we're seeing at Smuggler Mountain Open Space. Another page we wanted to call out is this report that was completed by Utah State University. So they set up at the trailhead with an intercept survey to understand why people are getting out at Smuggler, where they're going. And so this was a statistically valid survey, and it shows that the primary reasons that people are going to Smuggler is for that socialization, so that opportunity to be with others, and fitness. And you can clearly see in this map that most people are just going to the platform and back. And there's a couple other interesting things on this page, but this survey was done independently of any work for this management plan process. The management plan outreach process is summarized in this section, section 3. As part of the work to prepare this, we used that Utah State University work that I just mentioned, a bunch of natural resource studies that are detailed in the existing conditions information. And so with all of that information, we started talking with some of the stakeholders at Smuggler, and those are listed on this page so you can see. We had discussions with everyone from the Aspen Historical Society to the Forest Service, Wilderness Workshop, Aspen Fire Department, among others. And after those conversations, we released a survey for public input and feedback on the most pressing topics to cover in this management plan. And we had a total of 380 responses to that survey. So good turnout for that survey. And then what you're all looking for, and I know we promised to be quick. So we used the stakeholder feedback, the survey responses, the natural resource studies, that Utah State work on the visitor experience, to draft this management plan. So largely, a lot of what we know and love about Smuggler is staying the exact same. So there aren't a ton of key updates to this. This page here helps to clarify some of the rules. And importantly, a couple of those rules is one, that this management plan helps to clarify some of the enforcement of open space regulations that we're seeing are different at the trailhead, which is actually a general fund property and not a Pickens County open space property, so it's a small nuance. So this plan serves to clarify ranger enforcement at that trailhead. And then it also clarifies some of the regulations and enforcement on Pickens County Road. So as Gary mentioned, that's a Pickens County right-of-way. So this plan aligns management of the Smuggler Mountain Road with the 2022 Pickens County Road Maintenance and Management Plan. So that's the road and bridge plan. So we're in alignment with that. And then lastly, in these rules, a small change that this plan does include is that Smuggler has long been considered an off-leash dog area. However, the 2008 plan limited those off-leash areas to just Smuggler Mountain Road. So it's, in actuality, the single track trails that are up at the top of Smuggler by the platform have technically been a dog on leash area, but because that distinction isn't exactly clear with the public, there hasn't been a lot of enforcement of this rule. What our rangers would like to see is just general dog off leash area on all of the trails at Smuggler Mountain Open Space, with the exception of the Lower Hunter Creek Trail. So that portion of the trail, as it is today, would remain a leashed dog zone, and there's leashes available on either end of that trail. So that remains the same. So there's really no change here in how Smuggler is being managed and enforced. It's just an update in the plan to reflect the reality of use here. So those are all the rules. And I just want to double check to make sure that the sound and everything is okay. It's a little hard to see. I can't quite see everyone in the room.
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see this. If you want to show us something in particular, zoom in on it if you would, but keep going.
Great. Well, the last thing we wanted to cover is the management actions. And so, like we had said, a lot of the things are remaining the same. So, with regard to the natural resources, there's a continued emphasis on the protection of natural resources and biodiversity through a range of the management actions that are on this page. And there isn't necessarily one I want to call attention to. I think that what we have in here is just a general continuation of the practices that you've seen so far. With one small exception, one of the things that we heard from the public is a desire for our forest health practices to also address wildfire risk mitigation. And so that is included in our natural resource management action number 3. The changes that are coming with this management plan really relate to the recreation section. So one of the things that we are continuing to look at is the feasibility of a lower access or a portal trail. This is a new action item from the 2008 management plan, but it's a continued action item from the Lindsay parcel plan, which was a management plan for a small parcel on the Hunter Creek side that has been folded into this management plan. So it's been a long existing action item and some related plans that's been pulled through in here. And the purpose of this is really to get a better way for mountain bikers to get up into the Hunter Creek Valley trails or down back to town through this portal trail. And as part of that lower Hunter Creek, that section that I mentioned is dog on leash, a portion of that would then become a pedestrian use only trail. And then a third recreation action item that is a change from the current direction is a short section of a downhill trail on the north side of on a north facing slope of Smuggler, and I can pull this map in here and zoom in if that's helpful. So a short section of a downhill trail that would connect Smuggler Mountain Road to either the Lollipop Trail or 10th Mountain, or even further down to the Hunter Creek Cutoff Trail. And that's a result of community desire and for a trail in that area serving that purpose. And then the last ones I wanted to cover in the recreation section is just a small installation of a bench or a viewing platform along Smuggler Mountain Road. And that action item is to address some of the accessibility, recognizing some people can't make it all the way up to the Smuggler platform, but giving people with maybe lesser mobility or seniors a space to stop and rest along the way. The management action to note in the education and outreach relates to dog waste. So looking to partner with folks to continue a campaign to reduce dog waste. And then a lot of the monitoring, or all of the monitoring and stewardship actions and the maintenance actions are really continuations of the work that's going on at Smuggler today. So I know we promised to be fast. That is all I wanted to present to you, and we wanted to open it up for feedback to get any initial thoughts or information that you'd like us to come back with. We are going to be coming back to you with a first reading after the Open Space and Trails reviews this and recommends a final adoption.
Thank you, Carly. Board questions, Patty?
Yeah, I'm amazed at the 100,000 people. That's like, 22,000 people a day come across the Castle Creek Bridge, and on an annual basis, we have 100,000. That's like,
That's the same
I would-
communities running it every day.
I would clarify
Yeah, 10
on
people.
that. I
Yeah.
should have mentioned on this. Those traffic counters, I wish they were as intelligent to tell us how many people. It's passers-by.
Oh.
So
That's
it's, in theory, it could
Up
be
and down.
as much as half. That it's just the number of people that pass by a certain point. So if someone's doing a loop, we very well could have that many if they just pass by one time. But oftentimes they're passing by twice on any given trip.
They're just jumping back and forth just to screw up your numbers, just to get that exercise in there. I do have a question about restroom facilities. We did a porta potty?
Yeah, so that was something that we've discussed and got feedback on too from the public. And there is a existing porta potty at the Molly Gibson Park.
Right, we talked
And
about that
so
earlier.
we were going to sign the kiosk better to show that existing porta potty location. And that would be adequate for the
We don't have
use.
any opportunity to put one at the signage spot there at the bottom of Smuggler where the parking is? Just
We're
a
not,
thought.
yeah, it was a thought that we've considered and we've decided that it doesn't really make sense and it's not we're not seeing human waste as a problem in this area, so there's nothing really to warrant it, but we did want to make sure that people know that that resource is available just 50 yards away or.
Just another food for thought. We looked at our funds today from our parks fee, dedication fee. There's like 700,000 in there. Maybe that's an opportunity for us to put some kind of like we have at the top of the Independence Pass toilet at Molly Gibson, because they've got bamboo trying to cover it, and the use up there over this summer was pretty extensive. So that might be a food for over them next year to think about an opportunity to put in some kind of better facility there.
Put it on your list of the long list. Steve?
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
I think so.
additional things, and I got a lot of these out of the public comments. So I just made a list of issues that seemed like they were issues for some people and maybe they need to be addressed more. One is to close bandit trails, which I know that probably some of those have already been closed, but that was brought up again, that I think that's still an issue.
And
The
I do
public-
want to point out that is, I think, Carly, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is an action item that we have closed the ones that we're aware of, and we continue to address those. The one trail that we're suggesting evaluating, that kind of downhill trail, would be to address some of that demand that we're seeing in the bandit trails by building more of a sustainable route to deter kind of the public desire to build their own trail.
Okay. Let's see, the restrooms was, a lot of people asked about that. Designated e-bike trails, there were lots of comments about e-bikes. Most of them wanting to keep the e-bikes off the single track trails. But then the one positive suggestion was to have designated e-bike trails that are suitable for e-bikes and direct the e-bikers to that location. And the other one was the parking up at the top for the 10th Mountain, the senior handicap parking area, where people drive up there and then there's no parking space, and maybe they have the permit to park up there, and so I don't know if that one could be enlarged. That one might be a place to consider for a porta potty also, just since it's people drive there, then they get out of their car and they are headed out, but there's no restroom there, so they go out in the willows there somewhere, I guess, but.
It would hard to be a place to access to maintain.
So those were the things I noticed just from the public comments that people called attention to, that I think some thought should be put into that.
Thank you.
A couple notes, one on that upper parking lot, and I hope you can see this map that I've switched to. That upper parking lot is outside of the Smuggler boundary and sits on the Forest Service property. There's a trail easement, a recreation access easement that we hold that gets access to that, but it's sort of outside of the enforcement area. There are 2 ADA or senior parking spaces, but it could certainly be a conversation that we have with the Forest Service on that.
And that's actually BLM, I think, isn't it?
That one's Forest Service. The one further down, the one that's midway up Red Mountain Road is a BLM lot.
Other comments? Kelly, Francie, nothing? My concern really is this: if we open up more to dogs farther up in the woods, that seems to me to be more opportunities for wildlife dog interactions. Because we know they've been interactions on the lower Smuggler Road already over the years. You hear the stories about that. So I'm a little concerned about opening it up to dogs off leash farther up. I'm not sure it's necessary, and the impacts will be on wildlife let's push the wildlife that farther back would be my suspicion. But
One thing I would like to clarify there is the boundaries up here are tricky, right? So these black lines, where you have the dark to light. So over here, this is all Forest Service land.
right,
And then within here you have open space and trails. So dogs are permitted off leash on all of these single track trails currently. In the Hunter Creek Valley up until you hit wilderness. And so really, the way that the rangers have been addressing the enforcement of dogs off leash on the internal single track trails is really just aligning with the jurisdiction, the management within the Forest Service boundary. So in effect, there's really no change to how this rule has been enforced so far. So right now, dogs are frequently off leash on these single track trails because it's really hard for the public to understand when they're in open space and trails property versus when they're in Forest Service property.
I get it. So it's hard to make it more stringent than the Forest Service, even if they've abdicated
Hard to
any
enforce where the
responsibility
lines
there.
are, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else? Anyone else?
I'm good for it to go to P&Z, to go to Open Space and Trails and then come back. And P&Z
Yeah,
and whoever
and
else.
just a plug for anybody that from the public that's listening currently this plan is out for public comment, and we want to hear anybody's feedback. It's accessed from our county open space website, and there's a survey there that you can add any suggestions or feedback to. And Carly, that's open until what date?
Shoot, as soon as you said that, I forgot. It should be open until about November 4th.
Is there a biological assessment? Has there been a wildlife assessment by somebody other than Forest Service? I don't know if they've even been paying attention right in that area. And so I am a little concerned about relaxing or something just because maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know. But it'd be nice to have, I don't know whether it's Lowski or somebody weigh in on what's possible there to a greater
We
extent.
do have baseline both vegetation data maps as well as the wildlife stuff from our ecological consultants. So Carly's showing the CPW species activity maps, which shows those winter concentration areas for elk and black bear, fall concentration, etc. And we do have within this plan the establishment of monitoring intervals like we've done with other plans, so that we will continue to go back out in the field and do the wildlife studies and do the vegetation studies. And then there's also some stipulations prior to project implementation to do additional surveys for songbirds, raptors, riparian areas, and other sensitive species or elements.
Great, and it looks like you've got OST and COA on there, but no CPW or other wildlife agencies on that. Is that right?
Yeah, and maybe that's a misslide that we can add CPWs here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
CPW 's been-
It's on the next one down.
And then I also wanted to, hey Greg,
Yeah.
our wildlife consultant is Jonathan Lowski.
Right, I thought it would be Jonathan, and he understands, hopefully. Okay, thank you. I think that's it, and I know we're in a hurry. I want to keep us moving.
So I don't know if any of
Steve?
you picked up on it, but one public suggestion was to remove all the bears and moose from up there to other areas to make it safer for.
Bring them down to my house, they're already there anyway,
They're in
so.
town, I thought they were in town.
That one didn't make it into the
I didn't see
plan.
that, I didn't see this one in this
There's plenty
list.
of room there.
Thank
Oh, I
you.
wanted, I guess, just to say that we'll be closing the public survey on October 27th, so
Great, it's
have till
open till
just before
October
the end of the
27th.
month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks for
Jesse.
coming, thank you guys,
Got
good
an
job,
owl
it
the
looks
other
great,
night,
it's a
the
good looking
noisiest
plan.
owl. Oh my God.
Yeah, not
Thank you.
Somewhere in the
Okay, we're
neighborhood.
gonna keep moving here. I think we're at review of future agenda calendars.
Yeah, Greg, and in the interest of time, I don't think anything on here that can't wait from
Excellent.
staff's
Okay.
perspective.
Oh, wait a
Well,
minute.
just
You're the
from
one who's
staff's
in a hurry.
perspective, yes.
Oh,
The
that's for open discussion.
wildfire letter has to get submitted tomorrow.
Right,
for
so
their
that's
grant
open discussion,
application.
yes, so we're going into that now.
No, with future agendas, nobody has anything?
We, apparently not, John said no, so
Well-
we're shifting to open discussion.
I don't know
Can
board
we
members.
put off the discussion of the hiring process? as-
No.
As well as, I mean, till tomorrow's
Oh.
open discussion, as well as,
No.
the other issue about the concerts, could we do that at tomorrow's open discussion?
Well, we need to decide, we should have at least.
Is it a
s-
week today?
We should decide today if we're gonna reconsider.
No,
it.
it's tomorrow. It's at a regular meeting.
Tomorrow's the day.
Unless we wanna just have a motion to reconsider it
Can't, this is a,
tomorrow.
yeah, we would have to do it. It takes effect. We have to do it tomorrow at a regular meeting. We
We have
can't
to
do it
do
at
it
a work
tomorrow
session.
anyways, was what you're saying, okay.
But do we wanna do that? I mean, I think at least three of us
Well,
want to.
let's discuss
reconsider.
it tomorrow at our regular
Yeah,
meeting.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
We can do that tomorrow, okay. So that's an open discussion
We
tomorrow.
just need to figure out where to put it on the agenda, I guess.
Great, thank you.
Not open discussion.
And
Need
so,
to let
and
people
we're
know if
also,
we're gonna do that, because I know people are gonna wanna be here,
so what have we've just checked those two off. What else did we have other than what we see on it with our letters? We've got health benefits right now. Let me get these letters out of the way. We have a letter that Kelly brought forth regarding the 3-mile mobile home park. Hopefully you've seen it, and you can approve me to sign it. Have
And
you
I
all?
can just give a quick,
Go ahead, go for it.
you all know I'm involved with this mobile home park preservation project. Picken County, we gave money or approved money through the Healthy Rivers and Streams program for their watershed restoration studies. They are applying for monies to do mitigation along a steep hillside that surrounds the park. This is from the Colorado Forest Service. I did reach out to Aspen Fire. They are not applying for this grant this year. They said they would probably apply next year. And so it would be great if we could.
I think we should move forward with it. It's a great project.
I'd like to move forward with it.
Okay, thank you.
Francie, are you okay?
Good with me.
Okay, Steve?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm good with that.
Okay, the next letter is a letter to the Colorado Energy Office on behalf of CORE. We've supported CORE's applications for this project in the past regarding coal basin, methane mitigation. And so this is a letter supporting CORE's application to the Clean Air Program. And it's in support of their continued efforts to move the coal basin methane mitigation project forward. That's a letter that needs to go out, I think, very soon. And we're asking for permission to put my signature on that as well. Is that enough info?
Good with me. I
Okay,
ran into Chris
thank you.
Kasky. Apparently he bought another mine.
And then,
Bought another mine?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I know the board is short on time and some of you have to go. We can do tomorrow is a lighter agenda if we want to do the
Well,
benefits
then
piece tomorrow.
Tomorrow's just gonna be that much later. Well, I
How
have-
long is the benefits
That's okay.
discussion gonna take, I guess is the question.
I don't,
the discussion, if we choose to reconsider, is probably not gonna be short. Oh, well, if we just choose to reconsider, we'd have to move it to another date to actually have a discussion, right? You don't reconsider and have the discussion at that time.
yeah, you'd have to approve a motion to reconsider and then reconsider.
And then set a date.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're moving the FBO leads, so I do think we have a lot of time.
Okay. That's fine.
It's okay.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, I guess we're gonna
Nancy
do
and I
this
have
tomorrow.
commitments that are starting shortly.
So you guys can get out of here. It'd be nice to have everyone here. Melissa, is that okay? I see you just checked in. Okay, so we're gonna punt till tomorrow. Thank you. In that
Sorry,
case,
guys.
in that case, I'm going to adjourn. We're
Yeah.
adjourned at 5:03, 7 minutes ahead of
I
schedule.
expect to go late on Wednesdays, but not on Tuesdays, you know.
Yeah,
It's like,
I know.
I plan Tuesday.